Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots are missing only backup running back Terrell Jennings at practice yesterday as they continue to get ready for a big home game against Buffalo during the early window on Sunday. Jared Wilson, defensive lineman Kairos Tonga, and special teamer Brendan Schooler were all full participants. The team will be back out there this afternoon on Thursday Night Football. Atlanta will visit Tampa Bay. In college football news, a bizarre story at the University of Michigan where head football coach Sharon Moore was fired yesterday for cause after an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And then later in the day, he was arrested by police in connection with an alleged assault. Bruins and Celtics both on the road tonight after taking last night off. The Bees continue their three-game road trip in Winnipeg against the Jets. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 7:30 and the face-off at 8 right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins have won 3 straight. Celtics have won 5 in a row. They're in Milwaukee tonight. Granny and Max have the pregame at 7:30 and the tip-off at 8 over on 105.7 WROR. Giannis Antetokounmpo out for the Bucks with a calf strain. And at the Major League Baseball winter meetings, the Red Sox did not make the big move they wanted. Baltimore did. They signed free agent Pete Alonso yesterday to a 5-year, $155 million contract. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they specialize in helping those who have been injured, not only from a one-time incident, but from a lifetime of hard work and labor. Does this sound like you? Visit CatchesLaw.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
As Aka got knocked down, here's McAvoy bringing back out toward the blue line. 10 seconds to go. McAvoy down the right circle, trying to get it in front. Hubble Bullock, they score! Pavel Zacha with the game winner, and the Bruins win it in overtime, 3-2.
Every Bruins game on 98.5 The Sports Hub and the Sports Hub app.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher
You might hate me, but you're listening.
and Hardy
Don't bother me. I'm at the Pickle Palace.
on 98.5.
I know what I'm capable of.
He said something about peanut butter, right?
Yeah. Boning, baby. Make America nut again.
That's gross. That's disgusting.
Let's talk about cheese.
What are you going to have for lunch?
I was at dinner with my wife and a friend.
Kitty, kitty, pussy, kitty, kitty, kitty. Flap, flap, flap.
Shut up, I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Toucher and Hardy
Good luck trying to put your finger in it when there's a million holes.
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go.
Egg roll wrapper and deep fried.
Holy smokes!
Said, no, don't worry about it. Hey, let's do this.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy. We are in the Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. You can watch us on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. You can subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube, and maybe Blind Scott's back on there today on the chat.
He had himself an appearance today, boy, during the overnight show.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah.
About half an hour ago on the Ben Maller show.
Oh, baby.
Talking about his Christmas album that was debuted yesterday on Toucher and Hardy and how he's been in the studio doing all these songs.
He said we had a stand. He said he had to have a stand-in for him, to do it.
Because he also said he started a new job. And Ben said, what's that? He said, posting on the YouTube chat.
Right.
Which he's not quite sure how he's going to monetize that yet, but that's his new job.
And he complained to Ben about how he didn't have that chat option during the overnight.
Yeah.
And Ben basically said, well, we're not doing a show live on YouTube. It's all pre-recorded, you see.
Oh, Ben Maller's show's pre-recorded?
No, I mean, the YouTube stuff is all videos. It's not an actual live look-in.
Yeah, when you go to look at Ben Maller on YouTube, they're just stuff that they post later.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, how is he taking Blind Scott calls if he's not on live?
No.
And what did Ben Maller have to say about the new job?
Well, he had a couple of questions, and then I think Ben he may have reached his limit on Blind Scott for the week. He gave him a pretty long rope today, but then he said, "Okay, I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, listen, that's his first love. Blind Scott's first love is certainly Ben Mahler.
Yeah.
Who does the overnights and has a cacophony of weirdos, which is reminiscent of my time during nights. Nights is
It's the best.
it is responsible really for my career. I mean, the callers that you get, and back in the day when you were live in studio at night doing a music show. Now I got to talk a lot. I probably played like 8 songs an hour for a night show on a rock station. That was a low amount of songs. So I was able to do like 4 or 5 minute breaks with callers, but I'd tape them. And then I would, edit them up and stuff before I played them. And I would get, real maniacs. And it was the South, too, so I would get like super hicks. And it was great. They're all wasted and weird and like nuts. Now, with that comes, real weirdos.
Yeah.
Do you know the weirdest listener interaction short of a death threat that you've ever gotten?
Yeah, and I chalked some of it up to my naivete. I didn't quite understand what was happening. It was my first daily job in radio outside of the Smart Shopper show. I had a guy who I didn't realize he was trying to ask me out. I just thought it was like some dude who was like really into the show and really wanted to hang and be at station events. And it got to the point where his final presentation to me was that he had this coupon for Burger King where he had a 2-for-1 Whopper deal, and he really wanted to share it with me and get in. And he would call quite regularly, wanted to know when we were going to go out, and have Whoppers because he had this coupon and it was expiring. And I would play the calls a lot at night. This was in East Lansing, and I thought it was kind of funny. And I just thought he was like this lonely guy. And then it got to the point where there was more innuendo in the call, and it got less funny.
Okay, and he would show up to your events and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know mine for sure. It was in Atlanta, and we were doing I don't know if I was I wasn't on the air. My friend was on the air from this bar called American Pie every Sunday for 4 hours, and it was on this deck, and me and Crash used to go every Sunday. And it was like bacchanal. Like it was everyone was wasted. It was like a real dirty place, like with just loose chicks and stuff. Like it, not like I got laid all the time, but it was like Crash has a million pictures of them, of the stuff going on there. And there was this old biker guy with a beard who's I'm gonna guess like 60.
Okay.
And then there was a guy with him who was like 22, 23, maybe even younger. And they were sitting there and they were like talking crap and and I was like talking back to him, da 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 da. And over the course of the next week, Axel and I were sent hundreds of photos of the two engaged in coitus.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Now, hold on. Allow me just a question or two.
Mm-hmm.
They presented themselves as real bikers.
The guy the 60-year-old guy, and remember, this is like the early 2000s. He had a long beard, gray beard.
Okay.
He had now this was the bar where the guy walked around. Wallach would remember this when I say it, but there was a guy who walked around with a belt buckle of a mold of his wife's vagina.
Okay.
So there were a lot of bikers at this
that's
place.
This guy?
No. But he came into my head.
Just keep it to the weird stuff.
No. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there were like bikers and stuff there, right? Like there were these biker guys, but this guy wasn't one of the regular biker guys. And he had a long gray beard. Like he was if you saw him, you'd be like, wow, this is like an outlaw kind of guy. Like he's been to jail, like obviously, like there's a lot of going on. Like, he wore like leathers and stuff. Like he had this long beard. And then there was this guy with him who had to be 30, 30 or more years younger than him who wasn't in biker gear. Like, you know, this is all like loose remembering of it, but this, I can remember what they looked like. I don't remember what the other guy was wearing, but he wasn't dressed as much like a biker. And I don't recall everything that happened, but they were like catcalling, or they were like, you know, being dicks, and like I was like probably drunk and lippy. And then so there was a huge age discrepancy and also like a big difference in vibe. You know, one's this old, skinny, old biker guy, and one is this kid, not kid like a child, but like a, you know, late teens, early 20s. So like a Jordan Bill thing, but with a biker dude and a guy.
Yeah, I got you.
And the photos they sent us were oftentimes almost like dreamy and hallucinogeny, with the shots, like the coloring of them,
got romantic,
but erect, like engaged in like hardcore like gay sex.
Yeah.
With threats of this happening to us.
Oh.
And
well, I don't understand what's threatening about it. If they were also...
Well, against our will, they were going to force us into gay relations. It was much like the guy from prison that we played that loves booty.
Okay, so that's not as much fun if it was going to be forced upon you against your will. The sexual stuff, there's so many things that I get reminded of when I talk to my old DJ friends from Las Vegas, like the things that were going on there. But I don't even like count that, because that wasn't radio specific. It sounds like maybe you were targeted because you were doing these events at this place as a radio guy. The stuff that we saw and did and things that happened with listeners in Las Vegas could have happened to somebody who was dealing blackjack at the Frontier that same night. There were just crazy people doing crazy stuff everywhere. But that's fantastic. So they how would they send you these photos?
They'd email them, and they would email them, and I don't remember like how you clicked on them, but it was like it was the only time in Atlanta I think I went to management because I got in so much trouble all the time that we used to have a calendar where we would X off the days that we didn't get in trouble, like that we would keep them because we were in a way like lame. I do look back on the show, and when I hear clips of it, I'm like, this is pretty good. Like I am
sign up in the studio 4 days without being called
in the office. We had an office, and so like in the office, we would literally have a calendar. Like it's been this long since we got in trouble, and it wasn't to be cute. It was like kind of to know. Me and the producer, not so much the other two people in the show, but like to go like. I mean, we were always on the verge of getting fired for something we did. And looking back, a lot of it is, I guess, kind of hacky, but some of it was so outrageous that it's almost like funny to me because it's just so like asinine that was an idea we had. And I was new, so we were trying to do something a couple times a day, like a bit. Like, so our stunt guy was getting arrested. Like, a kid broke his leg on our show and got a staph infection. Like, there were all these things happening all the time. I was in the paper getting in trouble. Like, there was just always this stuff, and they never fired me. They fired our program director. They fired, like, all this stuff because of trouble I got into, but they never fired me. But I did. We Axel and I, like, after a long discussion, decided to go to management because, I mean, I thought these guys. I mean, it was really troubling, and you don't understand that the internet wasn't where it is now. I guess now it would just be so. You see so much crazy stuff, and there's with Twitter, everyone's insane. But this was before social media. This is before MySpace, probably. And
I think at that point, like, you were still had some sense that you were secure, and like emails that were showing up to you, that was almost like getting mail at your home. That was a more private communique.
If people wanted to get in touch with you, they call the station.
Yeah.
So they had to. This was like a really disruptive thing. I mean, I didn't I wasn't up at night worrying about it, but it was much more odd than it would be now. like, I mean, now with Twitter and everything, like everyone's like, it's just this reactionary, pot of psychos, and everyone goes through it. Like, if you have a Twitter account, I mean, no matter who you are, if anyone has ever clicked on anything that you've said, you've obviously experienced some level of harassment. This wasn't the case back then. I mean, I still got like Bibles in the mail and stuff. Like people would, mail Bibles because I was a heretic, and all that would do.
Not just from the Gideons either. They were just well-meaning listeners trying to.
Yeah, they were great. They were great. They were really trying to help out.
So our station, that first rock station I worked at in East Lansing. And Fred,
they turned me down. They said I'd never get a job in radio.
Did you ever see where it was?
It was on the street. Yeah,
it was on the street. So it had the studio window faced ground level on the street,
right
across from a bar that's still there called the Riv. So, and my first job there was overnights. But then like in small markets, within 2 years, I was the morning show host and the assistant program director. But you start doing overnights, and then I went from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. I did that shift for, I don't know, maybe 3-4 months or something. But I don't count those as listener interactions either. They were just wild college kids on the street coming up to the window that faced out there. And yeah, the things that you saw and the things that happened then, I don't know. I something tells me kids don't act like that anymore, which is a shame because the number of times they put him on the glass was fantastic. It was every night.
Oh, I mean, we used to do these appearances at Ballyhoo's, and you could ask anyone from when I was at BCN that was on that show, Crash and everyone else. You'd do Ballyhoo's, and you'd go like, I have a Panama Jack T-shirt, and girls would have, the way women have sex with each other in the club in front of everyone. We would do it. It was just a contest that I didn't invent, obviously, that I was told, oh, you're doing Ballyhoo's. Do a contest called Make Me Say Wow. Now, what is the Make Me Say Wow contest? Ladies, if you want to sign up for Make Me Say Wow, sign up, and then they would sign up, and then you would get a microphone, and the DJ would play music, and you would go, all right, everybody, it's time for Make Me Say Wow, and you would give no instructions. You would just say, make me say wow. So the first woman would get up and like scrunch her shirt up over her boobs and be like, yee, and then everyone would go, hooray, and they'd be, positive reaction. So the next woman would take her shirt off, and then you'd be like, hey, and positive reaction. Again, you're not telling them what to do. And then two girls would get up and they'd start rubbing on each other, and then really positive reaction. And then the next girls will go, well, that worked. Let's, and it did happen in real life. Pants pulled down.
Consummated the relationship.
It is right short of a third device, as much as two women can consummate a relationship.
Wow.
Yeah, and you would be like, wow. And that was the place where there was the guy that took all the pictures. There was a guy who, you obviously had this. John, you worked in talk radio, so probably not. But there were guys, obviously, at the station that didn't work at the station but worked at the station. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like they were around. Hardy, in rock radio, you had to have this. They were at all the appearances. They managed to finagle their way into like the orbit of like a weekend show or something where they were like in studio, but they didn't work there and they weren't on mic. Like
there were a couple in Vegas specifically. One of them that was just a coke dealer. So he was at every show. He knew every band, and he was at all our events.
Yeah, so this guy got him. He was obsessed with female singer-songwriters. And there was this show called The Organic X on Sunday mornings where that's all they played, like Liz Phair groups, like artists. And he was like obsessed with them. And he was about 10 years older than me. And he would go to Ballyhoo's and all these events, and he would take pictures, but not for the station. He would just take... And he had this website, and he'd be like, I have this website with all these pictures, and it was like really creepy. But one day at Ballyhoo's, like, I got a girl, and he's like, take her to the van. So I take her to the van, and we're like hooking up in the van, and then he's like, I can give you a, I didn't drive to these things. I was going to get hammered at him. So like, he's like, you can take her to my apartment. I live right by here.
Oh, that's nice.
And he had a full suit of armor.
Uh-huh.
like presented on a, like, I don't know if it's on a mannequin or how they stand up, but it was like a standing suit of armor.
Sure.
In a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
And we were on the couch and like having sex with, I think I'm having sex with her. And I realized there's no way he's not watching this.
Did you see eyes blink behind the shield?
I made the decision, like, yeah, there was a painting.
Like in an Abbott and Costello haunted house movie?
Yeah, there was an old Victorian painting that the eyes were moving. And I remember going, you know what? Just don't look. Like, just don't.
Yeah.
Don't, like, and if I see pictures of this, I'll just kick his ass. Like, I'll just beat him up. And so then I monitored his, like, webpage. And if there were photos, I felt at the time that if I showed up on a Sunday morning and beat the hell out of him, and the station was like, "What did you do?" I'd be like, "Well, he took pictures of me having sex." And that, I guess, I felt in 2001 that would.
Appropriate.
Well, I thought that would be, there was more of a moral code.
Yeah.
And I felt that there seemed to be just.
They would have your back on that?
I'm not lying. I think they would have had my back on it. Yeah. Like, if I was like, this guy's not an employee, he's at the station, and he took pictures of me having sex, so I beat him up. I believe in 2001 I would not have gotten in trouble, that he would have gotten in trouble, that my acts would have been considered justified. There was a bit of blood for blood at that point. You understand what I'm saying? There was like a little bit of like justice.
Frontier justice, baby.
I'm not even acting like a badass. Like, that was, I mean, believe me, this guy wasn't, as you can imagine, a imposing individual. You know, I'm not saying I was going to take on some gang guy or the two gay guy bikers. I wasn't going to fight them. But that was my plan with this guy. All right, very quickly, our heat has been fixed, but Bill was going to step in and save the day. Bill, very quickly. Hello, sir.
Very quickly. The HVAC problem, your crack is broken. The landlord's responsible for the heat in the building, in the general area. The Hardy was on it the other day. All the equipment requires supplemental cooling, so you have to install a special unit dedicated for that. That's the tenant's responsibility and has to be maintained by them. Now, these things crack, computer room, air conditioner. John, watch out. They're measured by the ton, so that you could have a 1-ton crack, a 5-ton crack.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, he's very excited. He loves large butts. There's no question about it. He wants to be smothered. I'm not making that up. That is a very real odd fetish of his. No question about it. All right. Look, I know no one cares about Michigan football, but I do subscribe to the Free Press, which is not cheap or good. But I do. It's a USA Today paper, and I got news for you. Those are not good. Just say what you will about the Boston Globe, but the Boston Globe is Tolstoy compared to the Dr. Seuss of the Free Press.
But at the same time, and I was telling Hardy this before, I didn't grow up a Michigan fan. I have no connection to it at all. I find this story fascinating.
Well, apparently, we can get into it. I won't get into it, but I won't get into it right now. We'll get into it after the break. But there have been rumors about this for a very long time. And they beat Ohio State and they went away. And when they lost to Ohio State, they got worse, actually. If they would have beat Ohio State, I don't know when this would have come out. I'm not kidding.
Oh, there's so many other shows. Like the Athletic director knew all about this, but was waiting until after the season.
And then apparently something happened yesterday after this news was leaked.
Right.
There's rumors that the coach, you're not reading about this in national press. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm not a journalist, so I can tell you what is. I mean, the guy's under arrest, and it didn't happen as a result of what he got fired for. It's something he did after, and we can talk about what people are saying in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
him last night.
We are Toucher and Hardy. What happened last night's brought to you by Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, where your hair doesn't have to be a game of what happens to change your lettuce and change your life with Dr. Matthew Lopresti at 1-800-GET-HAIR. Hardy, what's going on?
Trouble for Michigan men everywhere as Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore is in custody in the Washtenaw County Jail in Michigan as of last night. He is a suspect in an alleged assault, and this was hours after he was fired as the head football coach at the University of Michigan.
Yeah, it's a little confusing because I think people might assume that he was, to my understanding, this is not true, that he was arrested for what he did to get fired, and that apparently is not the case. Is that there... So what had been going on?
Yeah, that's and just to get it straight in my own mind too, Fred, that's what I thought. He did this thing, they found out, he got fired, and then he got arrested. That's not right.
No, and so I guess this had been known about for a while. Not the arrested thing, but the inappropriate relationship, and they strangely acted after they lost to Ohio State, which is, I think, very pertinent to this. I think if they would have beaten Ohio State, I'm not positive if this ever comes out. There is talk that they were going to fire him after next year unless they beat Ohio State and made the playoff. So I honestly question if they would have fired him if they beat Ohio State, but whatever, that's not the point. So apparently everyone knew about this, and the coaches were concerned because he was freaking out behind the scenes and being a dick, and everyone kind of knew, and the media had been investigating it locally and all these things. So whatever the inappropriate relationship was, I don't think it was criminal to my understanding, but this all could be proven different. That's to my understanding. So something apparently happened after they fired him. So I don't know any of this to be true, but this is the rumor going on in these circles, is that he then went and confronted the woman who he had the relationship with, and then there are varying accounts of what happened. One that is very popular is that he went in, broke into her home, and said that he was going to kill himself. He's got 3 kids. I mean, he's obviously spiraling. He's obviously having a very bad time. But that is the one that is the most prevalent right now. Now, that is the internet. And obviously, I don't want to. I mean, the guy's in jail, so he did something. So I don't think it's completely out of line to speculate on what the rumors are. But that's the big rumor, is that he somehow broke into this woman's house and then was he was insane, acting insane, he was going crazy, not violent, not I'm mad at you, but going he was insane, he was acting, and I guess this had been building for quite some time. He obviously knew he was going to get fired before he got fired, but then once it happened, he lost his mind. Some of the stories about why he said he was going to kill himself, I don't believe. She left him, and then that was why. That doesn't sound right. It just sounds like he snapped mentally.
They didn't cover the spread against the Buckeyes.
Well, see, now you're making light. Well, how dare you?
Ryan Beaton was also all over the rumor mill. And again, they're rumors, but in terms of who the woman is and what the relationship amounted to, is she with child? All of these things are on the table. And also the notion that perhaps she came forward with the relationship, and that caused him to be fired, and he blamed her for it. But according to Dan Wetzel, as you said at the beginning of this, Fred, people knew about this.
In college football circles, this was not a closely held secret. There was a lot of smoke, a lot of innuendo, but you all aren't in the business of reporting that. When was it that Michigan really felt like they might be in the business of needing to find a new head coach?
Well, I think the investigation began recently, at least this part of the investigation into Sharon Moore's conduct at least over a week ago.
After Ohio State.
No, it is. It's after Ohio State a week ago.
Like they said in their statement, you need credible evidence to make a firing, particularly for a cause of this situation. It's a very sensitive situation for everyone involved. That's when it took time. But I agree, there was a lot of rumors, there was a lot of gossip. It wasn't necessarily a closely held secret, but Michigan had their investigation. This is when they came up with in early December.
Understood. There's this earnestness to Scott Van Pelt. He is a very earnest interviewer. He, understood. Hey, look, you're not in the business of rumor mongering. They're above that. Dan Wetzel is above that. But yes, it is quite interesting. And you'll recall that this coach had been suspended. Now, this is much different and much lighter, but he had been suspended 3 games for his role in the bizarre sign stealing scandal.
Right.
So Michigan is really running hot with its Michigan men over and over and over again, just continuing to put their foot in it. And it is interesting because it's interesting to see a school straddle both sides of the fence. That on one side, we're this elite academic institution. I heard that the Butt guy, the tight end Butt, remember him?
Jake Butt.
Jake Butt. That was a Michigan guy, played in the pros. I heard him talking, and he's like, people make light of it, but we do look at ourselves as Michigan men and that we hold this upstanding ideal. And it's like, well, no, you're like everyone else. You take money from big money donors and you pay the players and you are running a business and you're more concerned with beating Ohio State than you are investigating this story.
Right. You hold practices when you're not supposed to. You do inappropriate recruiting. And,
you steal signs. You do all these things. You had a guy wearing a fake mustache like on the sideline of a Central Michigan game. Like you're all very strange. And because like Harvard and Yale can go, we're different. We're these elite academic institutions with these high standards, and look, we might not compete at the highest level, but look at us. We're these great schools, and it's a lot more difficult. And there are schools where that's the case. For instance, like even Boston College, like it's more difficult for them academically to get kids into school, and it might be. I can't imagine it's like that with Michigan, despite the academic standards of that school. I cannot imagine that they hold the athletes to that standard, considering the amount of one and done kids in basketball and all that stuff. See, like, just for reference, and Hardy went there, I didn't, I don't have any ties to the institution, but like Michigan State doesn't pretend it's this, glorious refuge from the world full of intellectuals and that they're better than all of this.
Right.
Like Michigan State, when Mel Tucker got in trouble, it's like, man, we fired the guy. Like when he went out of us. Now, they got plenty of billionaires that came out of there, and they're giving a lot of money to the school now. But there isn't this air of superiority, which it was funny to hear Jake Butt, like, still hammering the Michigan man thing, where he's like, you're LSU, dude. And, like, Michigan's a good school. Obviously, it's a really good school. But
if you're an athlete there, you're not part of that.
Well, not only if you're an athlete, if you're an athlete, I'll give you, they're kids. They're 18 to 23-year-old kids. No, this is the people you hired. You're paying millions of dollars to. They're acting the fool. And I don't know why you can't keep it under control. That you guys, because this is just the act of a guy, and you can't really even blame the school, but I do blame the school for investigating in quotations, and they just happen to put the hammer down after they lose to Ohio State. That I find a little too coincidental. But they take money from all over the place. They got people running around that sideline. I mean, that program's a joke that they still try to put it up as being superior to any other program. I find it fascinating. And even the writers that write about Michigan still, like, their whole focus isn't on the amount of scandal that has surrounded this. It's how good a job it is, that DeBoer is going to leave Alabama for the job. Like, they're all focused on how there's an article in the Free Press. The title of it is "This Could Be Good for Michigan." And the whole thing is the guys saying, this is good because they were going to fire him anyway. And this expedites the process, and they could be back better than ever. That's the article in the Detroit Free Press. It's an opinion piece by a columnist. Like, that's the attitude around this program, and it's just asinine. You're LSU. You are as bad as LSU. Like, I don't know if an inappropriate relationship gets flagged like this at LSU.
I would bet not.
But you are the same thing. Like, you are, the problems that you have are as bad or worse than any other program in the nation.
LSU's head coach didn't get suspended and fired in a 2-year span. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's in some ways it's worse because
coming off a cheating scandal where you had to vacate all these wins, where your current coach was suspended.
You won a national championship. You handpicked this guy to replace the guy who led you to the national championship and continue your program forward. And in a 2-year span, he got suspended and fired for an inappropriate relationship. It doesn't get much worse than that.
And his suspension wasn't just him, too, because it's not like
two separate things.
Yeah,
yes.
it's not like he's like this maniac and what were you going to do? No. He was suspended for his role in something that was spearheaded by your head coach, who's, got out of Dodge just in time for these penalties. Jim Harbaugh strangely left Michigan, the place that he played and called home, the place he had such reverence to. Strangely, he took that Chargers job right around the time this hammer fell.
Pulled a Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Got out of town fast.
Yeah,
yes.
Like you broke the rules. You broke the rules, so you left right before this all came down, and now you're walking around like nothing happened. I mean, he's a good coach. He's a real weird guy, but he's a good coach. He's got a lot of Belichick in him. Like that, I am in some way superior to you, but here I am like a non-moral, heathen walking around doing this, having no kind of dignity or honor. I'm just going to do this because I want to win, and that's all that matters. And if I win, I'm the best. And it's like, well, no, you're positioning yourself as this leader of men and this, guy who they still use terms like this. Jake Butt did. Guys take college coaching jobs because not because they want to coach football, but they want to lead young men. They want to teach young men. Get at it. Just stop doing it.
It's been over for so long. You talk about the academic standards, and for me, the first one I really knew about and had knowledge of was Ramil Robinson, who went to Michigan. And it's like, this was, I know exactly where he's from, and I know more about it now, but like back then, it's like he couldn't get the SAT scores to the point where he could get into any school, much less Michigan. I mean, it was like maybe a community college type of student. And then it's like we got to see him out on the court with their superiority or their superior attitude about this.
Won a national championship, though.
Then they got the Fab Five, and they had to vacate all those wins because they paid Weber and all this stuff. Like, and no red flags when they got 5 kids from all over the country to come to that school all at once. There was not a red flag to be found. They got the 2 biggest high school recruits maybe in the history of Michigan, not University of Michigan, of the state of Michigan, outside of Magic Johnson. And Weber was every bit as big as Magic Johnson coming out of high school. So they happened to get Rose and Weber, who played against each other. Country Day was a D3, like a C, D3, we'll just say, school. Southwestern was a D1, Southeastern or Southwestern, whatever, which one it is, that Rose played for. They played at a sold-out Palace. I can't tell you how big these kids were in high school. They got them both. Rose's high school coach becomes an assistant coach at
Terry Watson.
Right. He becomes an assistant coach at Michigan. No red flags. Then they get Jalen Howard, who's the biggest recruit, like one of the biggest recruits ever out of Chicago. They somehow get him, and then they get Ray King and Jackson. And Ray King, I think, was in Texas.
Jimmy King.
Ray Jackson.
Yeah.
So they get Jimmy King out of Texas. And no one goes, huh? It's like, no, they all liked each other from AAU, and they played on these national teams. All right, very good. Like, Weber's from an academic family and everything, so they paid him, whatever. But you could see Weber going to Michigan. Even though I guess he didn't want to, you could see Weber going to Michigan. Jalen Rose's situation with his coach and everything, and then you're getting Juwan Howard, and
So
you got to remember these are if you could have come out of high school and been pro, Weber for sure, and if there was like the one and done like it is now at the time, I mean they all would have, except for Jimmy King and Ray Jackson, all three of them would have left, and they all would have been top 5 picks, I believe. Was Rose a top 5 pick? I know Weber was number 1. Weber could have come out of high school.
No, Weber went after his sophomore year, and Rose came out after his
junior
Howard
year.
Came after junior year, and King and Jackson
Stayed
the full
the
four.
full four. And King played pro, but Ray Jackson didn't.
There's one more thing I want to play about this next, which I just hand in the air. I saw this coming 2 years ago.
Okay, here are the headlines. Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Listen at the end of this segment for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card from Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Hardy, you had something that you had you knew about this in advance.
Oh, well, I think we all did. If you were watching Sharon Moore in his first game as a head coach, it was while Jim Harbaugh was suspended in 2023. Again, another Michigan man. And Moore was acting as head coach in a 31-6 win over Bowling Green. So you go back over 2 years ago, and I was watching this game. I watched how it ended, and then I watched the coach that day of these Michigan men, this leader of men, getting interviewed on the field immediately after the win.
When there were doubts, Sharon, what does it mean to you?
I want to thank the Lord. I want to thank Coach Harbaugh. Love you, man. Love you, man. This is for you. For this university, the president, our AD, we got the best players, best university, best alumni in the country. Love you guys. These guys right here, man. These guys did it. These guys did it, man. Talk to him, man. Love you.
That is edited down from about 60 seconds. I don't know how many F-bombs he dropped, but he was completely unhinged. I said, oh, well, I guess we won't be seeing this guy again after Harbaugh is gone. And then they make him the head coach. Crying. Yeah. He was like unhinged from the beginning.
I've discussed this before. This is the weird football crying thing that only happens in football. It doesn't happen often in any other sport. There is, and you can't say, and then football players will go, it's very emotional. You don't understand. Well, hockey, I mean, I would take my chances with hockey. I mean, there's a guy on the Bruins that's coming back from getting his jaw broken by a puck. I'm aware of Patrice Bergeron playing with a broken ribs and a punctured lung. There is some danger in that game, and I don't see them carrying on crying after everything.
You don't see any other football coach openly weep like that ever unless it's a national championship.
Well, that's kind of counter to the point I'm making, which is that you see people cry all the time in football.
Yeah, I just, for a leader of a, marquee blue chip program, it's like you wouldn't see Saban acting like that. You wouldn't see Bill O'Brien acting like that. There's a lot of coaches that get emotional, yes, but that guy, I saw from the outside. I'm like, oh, he's nuts.
But there's emotional, like, and it's going to sound skewed because I like him so much, but there's like Tom Izzo, like, I just love these kids. Like, there's that wholesome.
Yeah, he's a little, he's a little.
But I believe it. I completely believe the sincerity of that. He's always, when he cries, Izzo, he's talking about how much he loves the kids.
Yeah.
It's never like how wonderful the program is and how wonderful they are and how wonderful he is. It's always like how much he loves the kids. And he does it after wins and losses. I do believe, honestly, that I'm telling you, if my son was a great basketball player, I'd want him to play at Michigan State. I'd want him to play for Izzo, despite the schools, it's not the greatest. It's not the worst. It's not the greatest. But I'd want him to play for Izzo because I think Izzo truly loves his kids that much. Football's got a weird crying problem where men are very emotional, and I have tried to deal with this, and I have talked openly about this with other men. I cannot help it. When I see a man cry, my first reaction is, ugh. Like, it's bad.
Well, it's better than laughing. I get ugh is.
No, but I do think ugh, even when they're relaying something extraordinarily painful, how often did you see, and this is a problem, and I'm not joking, it's like a problem of mine. It's not healthy or good or right. And it doesn't, like if my son was crying, I wouldn't feel this way, I don't think. But, because he didn't cry that often, but he's 17. But when I see men cry, which is not that uncommon. I mean, I do see men cry, and I am in a way jealous, but also there is that initial reaction of, ugh, like, what are you doing? Like, and that's not right.
No, I think it's mostly jealousy. I think you wished you could cry, but you can't.
How often did you see your dad cry? How many times?
Once.
Okay. How many times did you see your dad cry, Jonathan?
Never.
I never saw my dad cry. My mom see my dad cry twice now. Once was E.T. She looked over and he was tearing up. And then when the most recent dog died, he teared up.
Yeah, I saw my father get misty a couple of times, but nothing where I saw a tear roll down his cheek or anything.
Oh, I don't think my mom has ever seen my father like cry. No. Like, but because the ET thing was like a bit of a I don't know why I wasn't with them either. It seemed like they would have taken me. I'm an only child, and they went to see a kids movie. But apparently, my father got very teary during E.T.
You may have been too young. And the E.T. came out in 80?
I was 5. You could have taken a 5-year-old to E.T.
Kind of scary.
I don't think that was the issue. They saw me, took me to car wash and stir crazy.
Hey, listen.
He's 82. He was 7. He should have been at that movie.
Well, they took me to like movies with nudity, and I mean, like they didn't care about
Did
that.
Did they get a babysitter and then like go to the movies to see E.T. without a kid to see a kid's movie?
Now we're getting into minutia I haven't tackled with my mom, and I don't know if she'd be able to answer these questions, but I do know that the big story between the three of us, because we're very small family, is that my mom had seen my dad misty-eyed during E.T. Now, both his parents have died. There's been a lot of stuff going on, you know, as in everyone's life, and she's never seen him cry. But this most recent dog, she said he was very upset. I'm not even positive he cried.
Get her on the phone. Hey, Mom, you remember when you went to the movies 43 years ago? Do you remember the exact circumstances, time of day, why I wasn't there? Yeah, lay it on me.
Well, what's interesting is that every year, and even John might have been for one of them, around this time of year, I'd call my mom and have her relay the Air Supply Christmas story.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Giving my mom the Air Supply album, and she started weeping about how terrible a son I was because she didn't have a record player, and what a piece of garbage I was, and what a way to spend Christmas morning.
And coincidentally, whenever you see your mother cry, your reaction is, ugh.
Yes.
Well, that is,
and it was that morning too.
Let's see. I'm going to Tennessee a week from Saturday. I'll be there for 8 or 9 days. She'll cry. Over-unders at 4.
Oh.
Now, these aren't, sitting down heaving. These are...
Because the egg salad isn't made, that kind of thing?
Well, these are when she approaches me with the... Freddie? Yeah, Freddie? Freddie?
Yeah,
Freddie?
yeah,
now,
yeah.
don't get
Yeah.
upset. Now, don't get upset.
Right.
Like, okay, Mom, what?
Yeah.
Can we eat it? Can we eat at 6:30? Yes, Mom. My God, Jesus. Yes. What do you think I'm going to do? I don't know. And you're going to, well, Fred, you must have traumatized the woman. Ask my kids, man. I don't know what she's crying about. They'll go, why is she crying? I don't, in front of her. Why is she crying? I don't know. Nothing happened. I haven't said a word. Caller number 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985. We'll win a $100 Visa gift card from Valvoline Instant Oil Change this holiday season. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is giving you the gift of travel so you can get to all of your holiday events without worrying about the price of gas. We'll be back in just a moment. apparently having quite a monologue on there. Now you get a taste of what we have in our email boxes waiting for us every day. And you guys don't want us to kick anyone out of it, so we will keep that going. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't even know how, to be honest with you. I don't know how. I don't control the YouTube. That's a corporate situation. Ask Nicholas. You can call him. Fake Blind Scott is a good caller. He does the Fake Blind Scott, and it's a lot of fun. But he's a real person, and I don't like breaking the kayfabe too much. But he does email you time to time, Hardy, and you got an email that struck your fancy.
Yeah, this was months ago, and I apologize when I was going back and forth with Fake Blind Scott a little bit. I found this email that he had suggested a game to us, and it's simply idea for on-air game. And then he said, has Fred pleasured himself to these popular yet sexually obscure 80s movies? And then he lists a bunch of movies that I don't want to list right now because we're actually going to get into this game. He said, you go ahead and grab yourself a few others you think fit, the Eastern Wallach Pheasant, and you've got yourself a solid 20 minutes of Fred's whimsical reminiscing of kebab flogging as a teenager.
Yeah. Now, this is, I think, of interest of everyone. But I could tell you why, if you are under the age of 40, why this should interest you is because this is a look through the looking glass of life before the internet, before every porn ever made was at your fingertips, before you could have such a specialized fetish as John, smothering from big butts. This is when a young man was left only with his television. Now, by the time I was old enough for this, there was cable, which aided in this because, but I was the Weather Channel, Vicki Lawrence show, the Golden Girls. And the reason I remember these particular instances is because there was a lot of shame. Like the reason I remember the Golden Girls and the Golden Girls episode is because I was aware when I was doing it, this is strange. And the Vicki Lawrence thing is explained by this, is in the summer, all the ESPN shows would be over by like noon.
Yeah.
So Kiana Tom was earlier than Corey Everson. So Kiana Tom was like, that was happening. Like, and I think everyone was there. Like if Kiana Tom was on and you were in your room alone, this was happening. Like there was no denying it. I mean, you were going to do it. It was too much. Corey Everson wasn't a need, but it was perfectly valid. If these shows were workout shows where the woman would be wearing a bikini, often filmed in Hawaii, and they were under the guise of a workout show, but they were not. They were to see these hot chicks in bikinis doing incline chest presses with the camera tight on their chest to show how the muscle was being activated. They were on air for you to pleasure yourself to. Let's be honest.
Now,
But real quick, just to get to the Vicki Lawrence thing, when I woke up too late, Vicki Lawrence was on at noon, and she was the only semi-attractive woman on television at that point.
Logistically, though, would this happen in the moment as you were watching, or would it just give you imagery to use later?
Oh, no, in the moment as I was watching. So,
Okay.
Like Kiana Tom, like if I woke up and turned on the TV and Kiana Tom was on, I mean, this was happening. It was an undeniable urge.
Okay, it was happening right then and
Corey Everson was like, let's get this out of the way. Vicki Lawrence was, I have to do this because it's a physical need and this will have to do. But I knew when Vicki Lawrence, like not everyone was doing this. The same thing with Golden Girls. Like I knew, now the Golden Girls was I was legitimately aroused. It was the slutty character like seducing a college man. And to that, I was like, "Ooh,
you
what
could
a
put
scenario."
yourself in his shoes. All right. Now there are some obvious ones here, and some that I know the answer to, but let's just get them out of the way anyway. I would say, and we're gonna stick mostly with movies here, Fred, but starting with Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
No.
Never to Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
I'm going to disappoint you with movies because unless they're very niche, I probably didn't. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is a great movie. but I didn't know what was going on. It's shot in a way that's not obvious enough. Like, first of all, it wasn't on all the time.
What's not obvious about going to the point?
Like, what's going on? Like, she's almost having the whole thing is she's so young she doesn't even know she's having sex. Like, there's a boob in it, but it's not like erotic, like a Vicki Lawrence.
Oh, okay. So it's the eroticism. It's the I understand.
Like, if I was gonna do it to a movie, like it was gonna be like Hard Ticket to Hawaii. Like it was gonna be something with Playboy chicks naked. Like,
okay.
right? Like,
all right.
There are like I don't know if this is in it, but like Hot Dog the movie. There's a scene with no nudity where the guy's in a the guy is in a one of the things that takes you to the top of the mountain, whatever that's called.
Ski lift.
The gondola?
Gondola.
Yeah.
Like it's an indoor one. And the woman takes sunscreen and goes, "You need to put this on," and rubs it all over his face. And then they're alluding to that she's using her hand. They don't even show anything, obviously.
Okay.
That was a big one. I taped that.
Okay, but that's
But you'll
not
understand.
subtle.
No, but the woman is seducing the guy. Like my fantasies were always that the woman wanted me.
Well,
I had no desire to be the one that wanted the woman.
Well,
because I wanted. The woman wanting the man was such a foreign and erotic concept to me.
Well, then this one I don't understand because I think I know the answer to this one too. Why would you not be aroused at the notion of this beautiful, dare I say, perfect woman created specifically for the purpose of sex that is actually seducing two young men? You've got Kelly LeBron.
And you
Fred,
know why.
I don't understand why.
You know why. Because if they were making a woman, they wouldn't have made her.
Of course they would.
And they even address it while they're in the movie. Do you know what I'm talking about when they're making the woman?
Yes, I just happen to disagree with you vehemently on this point.
So Weird Science is the movie where the two nerds get a computer program where they make a woman so they can have sex with her.
Gary and Wyatt.
It would fly today.
Yeah.
And while they're making the woman, they start making the boobs super big, and because they have to address why she doesn't have big boobs in the movie. Like it's obvious that they have to. They're like, "We love this Kelly LeBrock. We're going to cast her, but two guys would never make her. Two teenagers would never make this. They'd make like a cartoon character." And they go, "More than a handful is the thing." And so maybe I did.
Then
but nothing memorable. No.
When Robert Downey Jr. finally gets a chance to make his own, he says, "Give her the knee shooters."
I forgot about that.
I don't remember that.
They got the graphic on the old like 80s computer. Going, bigger boobs, go.
Bigger boobs.
Oh,
Bigger boobs.
Yeah,
give her the knee shooters.
Because he was a savage. Now the brunette like girlfriend was extraordinarily attractive, but not memorably. No. Go ahead.
Okay. How about Kathleen Turner in a tour de force? Romancing the Stone.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But Kathleen Turner Peggy Sue got married, definitely. Maybe not Romancing the Stone, but certainly Peggy Sue got married.
And I think I know why, because she's trying to get Nicolas Cage to have sex with her in the car.
Correct.
Wow. We've cracked the code. You know, there is
This
some
is interesting.
methodology to this madness.
And may I say that I'm proud of this, because it shows that even in my fantasy world, the woman is the source of the seduction, which goes along with my whole take on prostitution, is that I can't do it because my belief is that this woman's miserable. It's so outrageous to think that a woman would like me, that this, even from a young age, the woman seducing the man was very erotic to me, Jonathan.
I hear you.
Yeah, well, you're kind of in the same place with this whole smothering thing. You're the one being dominated.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that has not escaped me. I'm following right along with this.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I mean,
I
by
think
the
it
way,
does speak well of me, which is why I like this.
That's not the best Kathleen Turner movie to do this. I don't know if we're going to get to it, but there's another Kathleen
We are
Turner
not,
movie.
so go ahead.
Can I?
Body Heat.
Oh,
But that's obvious.
But also,
I'm sorry,
and also, it was never on TV. But the thing is that Kathleen Turner, the more clothes, the better. Like, the more clothed she is, the hotter she is. The more the clothes come off, the more there's stuff going on that I don't like.
My thought on this, John, is like the less obvious, the more interesting it is. Like, it's not so obvious that Fred may have pleasured himself to this. For Paula Abdul, Opposites Attract.
One of the worst experiences of my adolescence is I had Guns N' Roses live from the Ritz taped on a VHS tape, and I lent it to my friend. And he said, "Why during this tape does it keep going to Paula Abdul and Madonna videos?" And I went, "Whoopsie-daisies." Because back then you didn't talk. No one admitted to it. So I felt very alone. Society has improved in that fashion. It seems that this is much more on the table.
All right.
So this is a public service if you're out there and you're wondering if you're the only one.
There is some seduction in this movie, and Adam 12, if you could roll the sound for me, please.
Yeah.
No.
Not the Cannonball Run?
By the time I was 12, this wasn't on TV. I know what you're talking about, like the hot girl. Maybe.
Farrah Fawcett.
Maybe.
So Farrah Fawcett.
Not memorably. Maybe once, but nothing. This didn't stick with me. Like, yeah, when the two girls are in like the sleek outfits and they're hot.
Yeah, that's right. They were driving a Lamborghini or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
They might seduce or like at least flirt with a cop, and maybe to that.
Adrienne Barbeau.
There you go.
Yeah, Adrienne Barbeau was very
and
attractive.
Tara Buckman.
Yeah.
With the two girls in the Lamborghini and Cannonball Run.
I can't. If you put a gun to my head, probably, but again, not memorably. No, not often.
Mm-hmm.
If I did, it was a one-time situation.
Unfortunately, there is no sound that would immediately identify this film, but this is one that I thought of that I think there's a chance, and I so want the answer to be yes. Fred, do you remember ever pleasuring yourself to the Ron Howard film Cocoon?
Oh, no. I didn't have a fetish for old women.
No. Not the old women. John, do you know?
The Raquel Welch's daughter. She's in that.
The alien who gets naked in front of Steve Guttenberg.
And he says, if this is foreplay, I'm dead.
I'm a dead man.
So you guys did, obviously. There's no way you remember that because you loved Cocoon.
No. But I knew exactly that.
The way way these aliens had sex, they would reveal themselves to each other.
As much as you are revealing yourselves right now, is that this is obviously something that is more about you than me. Again, I can't say with all certainty no, but it certainly wasn't something it wasn't one of my go-tos. It wasn't something I taped. Like I had videos with like music videos and scenes, like all choppy, like it was like my own little mixtape.
Well, how about something that was on all the time, is still on all the time, and has a fair amount of sex in it? That would be Caddyshack.
That came out when I was 5.
Topless. No. Well, it doesn't matter if it's on in a rerun.
And they even make a joke about that in the movie. Chevy Chase is with the blonde, and he's like, "You're very flat-chested."
Lacey Underall? Oh, she's very attractive.
Yeah, but he even makes the joke in the movie. You're very flat-chested.
What's so funny about that? He's paying her a compliment.
It's obviously an improvised line by Chevy Chase. That's obviously an improvised line because It's funny that these movies address the problem.
That weird science.
Yeah. Both of these movies, like the femme fatale is not busty enough, and so they address it. Chevy Chase was thinking about it in the scene. He obviously improvised that line, and that's in there. That I remember more than any of that. And you're going very far back.
All right, how about more recent? Another music video.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You did too. I mean, this was meant for that. This video was filmed with that in mind. Justify My Love by Madonna, black and white. It's all sexy.
Too obvious.
Nah, well, you did too. There's no way you didn't. You both did too. Yeah. This is the first
Samantha
one.
Fox.
Okay, so we can wrap it up here. That was the first time ever. And if you'll recall, Hit Parader magazine, and these magazines had posters for sale. And there would be like 100 microscopic photos of posters. And Samantha Fox, that's Samantha Fox Touch Me, was in these pictures. And I remember finding her very alluring, but I didn't know like what was possible. So they did a show hosted by Adam Curry one night called like or like whatever dirty videos. And they had showed a clip of a Samantha Fox video was going to be in it. So around the time that it was to air, which I would imagine was a weekend night, I got very excited that this video was going to be on. And I'd never seen her on TV before. I'd only seen her in tiny, tiny pictures. And this video came on, and I was so overwhelmed with desire that I didn't even know that what I was doing was possible. I was on my stomach.
Oh, God. All right.
And I didn't even know that you could that any of this could happen. No one had told me, and I was so overwhelmed with that particular video that I realized that was the moment. I realized, oh, this is a lifestyle choice. This is going to be a big part of my life.
You were Naven in The Jerk.
Yeah.
I found my special purpose.
Yeah, like the next 38 years are going to be, until recently, a lot of time's going to be devoted to this.
All right, very good. Thank you, Fred.
I remember thinking if there was a pill that you could take, if I could go back in time and experience that again, that's one of the things I would go back and experience.
Oh.
I mean, can you imagine not knowing that was possible? And then it's lesbian. So she wouldn't be any interested in me. Paul Stanley dated her, and then she went to women right after, which is a feather in his cap.
Maybe you can be the Kramer. Maybe you can pull her back.
That's not my want, and certainly I would not be the man to do it. She would not want me. Zolak is on the phone, so out of obligation, I would.
Diane Lane in a perfect storm, which she's decorating the apartment with Bobby's mother, and me and Bobby, we're going to make something of this when he gets back.
That gets you going?
No, that does not get me going. She gets me going. Under a Tuscan Sun, I do that one. And what's the movie with
Unfaithful?
What's the movie with Michael Douglas and the blonde lady? They had the affair.
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction, when they kind of trying to get back together. The rabbit got boiled, and Michael Douglas is doing the scene with the daughter. Priscilla, will you marry me? And she's trying to like do her play parts to him. But his ex-wife's just sitting there crying. He felt so bad for her, and she was so much hotter than that blonde woman.
Yeah, the wife was way hotter than the woman he had the affair with.
Right.
Maybe by design.
But the wife went out of town. What's he supposed to do? Not have sex with?
But I think they made the wife hotter so you would have more sympathy for her.
Yeah. You chase it. You go get it. You guys doing requests still?
No.
You do Flat Bottom Boys?
All right, Bottom Boys. That's
Wait a
me.
minute.
That would be me.
Flat Bottom Boys.
If that's what you like, I'm the man for you. All right, very good. Well, I hope that was an exercise everyone enjoyed. Christopher Price will be joining us in just a moment.
More Toucher and...
with Hardy and Wall.
What a golden ticket I've gotten.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub.
Never any panic over there. It's a veteran team. They're familiar with their program. So however the game unfolds, we'll have to do everything that we can to play the entire 4 quarters or then some if we need to.
We are Toucher and Hardy. Big game, obviously, on Sunday. I was asked if I want to go, and I did consider it. Not for free, but I did consider going with my friends and buying a ticket, but I decided against it. I will watch it at home. But Christopher Price will be there, as will Hardy. He's going to the game.
Oh, yeah.
Christopher Price is the Patriots beat writer for the Boston Globe. Christopher, thank you for joining us, sir.
Good morning, Fred. How you doing, man?
Good, man. I always appreciate you coming on. So let's go. I want to see how analytical a thinker you are. I want to ask you, how will the outcome of this game affect your perception of this team this year? The Patriots.
We're going to know everything that we need to know about this team over the next 2 games. Whether or not they are truly a championship-driven team, I think that this is going to be their toughest game of the year. Home against this Buffalo team that I think has started to come on a little bit here over the last couple of games. So ultimately, to answer your question, we're going to know everything. Again, we're going to know everything we need to know about this team and whether or not they have a genuine shot at the Super Bowl over these next 2 games.
Okay. So if they beat Buffalo, then you talk about, like, at this stage of the season, going into the playoffs, obviously you talk about the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Patriots. That's pretty much the conversation. And Broncos, I guess. Broncos have such a tough stretch coming up. How they perform is going to speak. They're in a kind of similar situation with the Patriots, obviously, record-wise, perception-wise going into the season. I mean, the Denver was supposed to be a borderline playoff team, but we'll see how they do over these last 4 games. They're going to be very tough for them. But so let's say it's those 4 teams. If Denver goes on a losing streak, these 3 teams, I don't see the Rams or Seattle falling apart. If they lose a close one, does that change your perception of how they might do in the playoffs?
A little bit, because the expectation around this team has changed really dramatically over the last 6 weeks, where, we thought that they were maybe, again, kind of a borderline playoff team, and then they're clearly a playoff team, postseason worthy. And now as you mentioned, they've started to enter the conversation as a Super Bowl team. And so I think it's reasonable to sit here and say, hey, if they lose, they drop back a little bit. I will say this, that everyone in the locker room that I talked to yesterday, Drake May talked about this as well at the podium, that they want to get this done. And when I say this, I mean clinching the division this week. This was, if you think back to January, really the number one thing that Vrabel addressed. He says, first thing we want to do is win the division. And this is a major step for them as a franchise. If they're able to unseat the Bills, if they're able to get it done this weekend at home, it would still mean just as much if you did it next week against the Ravens and, down the road. But they want to get this done now so they can kind of start checking things off their list moving forward.
Okay, now the final scenario that I'll give you, because it is interesting because it's such a litmus test. What if they lose by more than a touchdown?
Then that's a bigger question about this team moving forward. And look, if
do they for sure win the division? Do you think if they lose by more than a touchdown? I know a loss is a loss, but then you go into Baltimore. You've won 10 in a row. Now you've lost decidedly. More than a touchdown in the NFL is obviously a lot. You've lost decidedly. You're going into Baltimore. Are you in danger of not winning the division? Buffalo's won 3 in a row at that point. Are you in danger of not winning the division, in your opinion?
I don't think I don't think this team is in danger of not winning the division. And I think a lot of it would depend on how things play out on Sunday, if they ended up losing by a touchdown or 10 points or whatever. But if they can win by Look, I think this is going to be an incredibly close game. I think that the Patriots are going to be able to put up points. I think Buffalo's going to be able to put up points. It's going to be a shootout. But if they end up winning by 7, 10 points, you feel really good about where you are, because this is the last true playoff-worthy team on your schedule, and you want to get as much of a bump as possible with the postseason kind of coming into view. You want to kind of, assert yourself as the big dogs in not just the AFC East, but in the AFC. And if they can do that on Sunday, I think that's a huge step in the right direction for this team when you're talking about momentum going into the postseason.
Health is so important, Chris. And it just seems like everything's coming up Patriot all year long. Even the serious-looking injuries all of a sudden aren't so serious.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I talked to Will Campbell very briefly in the locker room yesterday, and I'll tell you this. For all the world, he didn't look like a guy who was enduring a season-ending injury. He was kind of laughing and joking around. I was talking with him in Morgan Moses about a couple of different things. And so he is a guy who I think is going to be able to return in some form or fashion, and that kind of shores up the left side of that line. As you mentioned, I heard you at the top of the hour, John, talking about the three guys back at practice yesterday, Schooler, Tonga, and Wilson. I think that's going to give them a huge boost, particularly Tonga going up against a Buffalo team that can really run the ball. So, yeah, I mean, things are kind of rounding into form for them. I think the last guy you want to look for is Milton Williams. He's eligible to come back against the Jets later this month. If you have that group going into the postseason, you feel really good about where you are in the playoffs.
For the purposes on Sunday, we saw how the Patriots were able to deal with the issues on the left side of the line against the Giants. Do you expect a similar game plan on Sunday and to the same degree of success?
Yeah, for a few reasons, including the fact that Buffalo has struggled to put together a consistent pass rush all season. This is not a good team when it comes to getting pressure on opposing passers. They do have some talent in the back end, but I think Drake May is going to have a lot of time back there against this Buffalo defense. New England, again, is going to put up, I think, 30-plus points in this thing just because the Buffalo defense has struggled so much over the course of the last few games. You feel good about where they are offensively if you're a Bills fan coming into this thing. And I think the lack of Milton Williams is going to allow them to do some things in the ground that might make some Patriots fans concerned. But I think New England is going to be able to win this thing in a shootout, at least in part because the Buffalo defense has struggled to get pressure on quarterbacks this season.
Well, Cook has had such a problem turning the ball over that should be interesting. I mean, it's
turn the ball over twice on the same drive.
Look, Allen tries to do too much, obviously, sometimes, and can turn the ball over. But between him and Cook, I mean, this turnover battle looks infinitely winnable.
Yeah, it really does. And I think a lot of that indicates, it really kind of, points to the fact that the Patriots have done a really good job taking care of the football over the course of the season. It was a major point of emphasis for them after the first month.
Well, they turned the ball over 5 times in a game, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is Fred, this is a totally different team than the one that lost to the Steelers early in the season. And that just kind of, again, kind of speaks to the fact that it's a long year and you have to kind of wait for things to play out. But yeah, I think Cook's turnover issues have become a real thing for the Buffalo offense. It's become a point of emphasis for them moving into this game. And I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those situations where you see a bunch of guys try to punch at the ball, when he's carrying it.
So you think Buffalo, you say a shootout, but do you think Buffalo has a chance to be able to move the ball on the ground? Do you think that there is an opportunity for them to maybe keep the Patriots offense off the field? Because they have to know their defense is struggling. I mean, I mean, for years, that was, you guys know, I mean, that was the blueprint with the Tom Brady Patriots, just kind of ground them out, kind of put together some 8, 9, ideally 10-minute drives where you can keep Brady off the field for as long as possible. I think Buffalo's going to try and do the same thing on Sunday. I think also at the same time, we're going to get into the fourth quarter, and this is going to be, back and forth, up and down the field. This is going to be the kind of game that, Andy Borregales is going to win in the last 2 minutes with a field goal. The Patriots are going to win like 38-35. So you're really confident that the Patriots are winning this game?
Yeah, I for a couple of reasons. We just talked about the Buffalo defense struggling. The Buffalo offense is really good. Cook's turnover issues aside, and they're going to be able to put up points against this defense again. I think due at least in part because Milton Williams is not going to be out there. But I think New England's offense is going to be able to move the ball. Drake May is going to be able to make some real connections. I think this is going to be a sneaky big game for Hunter Henry. And the other thing, too, the Patriots' special teams are one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league at this point. And Buffalo is okay, but I think that's another difference maker when you talk about this matchup.
The Jets have the best special teams in the league. They do?
How dare you?
They do?
Okay.
It's certainly up there. Folks missed 1 field goal. Williams has got 2 touchdown returns. How dare you besmirch that team?
I love Nick Folk. Nick Folk's the best, man.
He's your age.
He got a game ball after they beat Atlanta, and it was the most uncomfortable thing I've ever seen. It was the most anticlimactic thing. Like Aaron Glenn's like going crazy, and he hands him the ball, and Nick Folk's like, "Hey," Thanks. I'm 45.
Yeah.
I don't care. We suck. Go ahead,
No,
Jonathan. Finally.
Finally, Patriots obviously loaded with young players. They have more snaps from rookies than on almost any other NFL team. Do you subscribe to the theory that they're not really sure how good they're not sure how they're doing this? They're too young to understand how good they are this year.
Yes. I think while a lot of them have played in big games like Campbell and Trevion Henderson, they are not completely cognizant of how good this team is right now. You don't know until you've gone through it as a player, the pressure cooker of important games in December, in January. And I think that group, Craig Woodson, I think, has done a really good job. We talked about him earlier this season. So I think they're going to have to learn by going through it, but I think they're certainly up to the challenge. This group has been really good this year.
All right, well, there you go. Christopher Price likes them by a field goal. He likes a high-scoring affair. It's going to be a very interesting game. It's going to be a great game. Christopher Price, read him in the Globe. Thanks, Chris.
Take care, Fred.
All right, we appreciate it. There you go. Yeah. So much for you two. I like that.
Wow.
I will.
Chris.
It should be interesting. A lot of perception is on the line, which is what we do with the NFL, which can get tiresome. But yes, in terms of 6 days of perception, this will have a huge effect. Now, look, if they lose by 10 and then turn around and kill Baltimore, then it's all forgiven. But for 6 days, they'll have to sit through a bit of skepticism about the team. And also when national people are talking about a team they didn't think was going to be good, a loss to Buffalo will kind of validate their feelings from beginning of the season. So there will be like an extreme pushback, which I wish vacation started earlier because it's going to get everyone's feathers up if they lose.
11-3 if they lose this game, and people
see? Well, what will happen, and this will take me 30 seconds, what will happen, and you know it, is that when they lose, the national media will feel like their feelings have been validated, that this team is a paper tiger, that they've benefited from a bad schedule, and then they'll lean into it. Because you have to talk about something all day for 6 days.
Then you got the people who hold up the blue wall.
And then you'll have the
back.
Patriots fans getting very upset at that, even though it doesn't matter, and it's just talk, and then it becomes unbearable and tiresome.
Mm-hmm.
So why wasn't this game next Sunday?
Well, you're going to miss part of it on Monday, and then vacation is after that.
Based on feedback, that is a huge gift to the audience. I will not be here on Monday. Why?
No, there have been no complaints.
No. People. I am telling you with every single bit of sincerity, I think it's a very good thing I'm not here. I think everyone can relax a little bit. Certainly me. I'm looking forward to the game, and I'm going to watch every minute of it. But not being here, I think the next day is a benefit to everyone. Now, I do have vacation day I have to take, and I wanted to wait until the book was over, which it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that is in a long weekend. I'm not taking a Wednesday, a random Wednesday. Let's be honest. Please, I'm not doing that. Middle of the week. A lot of good that does me.
You taking a Monday off that doesn't immediately follow a holiday weekend or a travel weekend. That's the big upset.
Yeah, I mean I've been.
How does that random Monday you took off after the trip to Cincinnati to see the Jets not count as your last vacation day?
I had two. I had two that I hadn't accounted for. I'm a divorced dad, my friend. You know these I have 5 weeks of vacation. When you're not on like a steady family vacation schedule, there, and with my son's baseball, they get kind of sporadic.
That's why you need to get into the staycations. More on that coming up.
All right, we'll be back. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius Energy. Boston Sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider. We are Toucher and Hardy. My daughter, there's a guy on YouTube that makes the Venom outfit. Like, he makes it so, like, it's kind of cool. Like, the special effect, he, like, makes it at home. The Venom costume, like, appears on him.
Okay.
Like, it's not AI. He, like, creates and shows how he does it. It's kind of cool. My daughter watches it, but my daughter is very proud that I know a guy that was in Venom, and that is the man that was just playing Esoteric of Czarface. Tom Hardy really likes him, man. There's a scene in Vegas where Tom Hardy's, like, walking through Vegas, and then it, like, pans in, and it's just two guys slowly walking up to each other, and I can't remember what happens because Esoteric doesn't have a line, and they, like, acknowledge each other, and it's obvious enough where you're like, wow, he flew Esoteric out to Vegas,
right,
and, like, to put him in this movie.
And I would expect had to have some say and control over the film to the point where if you were editing this movie, that scene would not be in it. It doesn't ruin anything. It doesn't change anything, but that's not necessary. Let's cut that and let's get to this next part. But oh no, Tom Hardy said, that's my guy, and there needs to be a point in the film where we see him on camera. And it's got to, let's do it here.
So that's got to happen, like, more than you think. You just wouldn't notice it. Like, if I didn't know who he was, I wouldn't have noticed him in the film. But when you do know who he is, it's obvious that this was a point, as Artie just mentioned, that this is a big situation for him. And I didn't even know who Tom Hardy was. That's the first movie I've ever seen Tom Hardy in, to my recollection. Everyone says, look at the boxing one, and I'm like, no.
Warrior.
Yeah, no.
MMA.
I tried.
You know what you would like is a movie called The Drop, which is a Dennis Lehane movie that it's James Gandolfini, and I believe James Gandolfini's last movie, and it's Tom Hardy is fantastic in it, but it's a dark, a bit of a crime noir thing. It's really, really good.
I think that it is something I'd like.
Yeah.
And I also know who the new James Gandolfini is, and that is the adult boom guy. He represents New Jersey Italians everywhere, even though he's not Italian.
He is Italian. His wife is Jewish. I did a deeper dive on it.
Oh, thank God. We'll clear that up.
Shut up, John.
There's conflicting reports.
Dick.
There's conflicting reports.
It's really hard to be a dick and a dork. That's tough to pull off in life. And you're
Is it now?
You're not pulling it off. I mean, it's like, be a likable, like, a functioning member of society. You can't be both. You can be a dick and be a cool guy. You can be a dork, but you got to be nice. You can't be a dick and a dork.
I'm telling
you. I'm warning you.
I can make you a matchbook argument against that theory. Tech billionaire. There you go.
Are they pulling it off? Are they killing it? Is Mark Zuckerberg a well-liked guy?
No, because he's a dick and a dork.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
but
what I'm saying.
It's hard to pull it off and have people like you.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said it's hard to be both.
That's the only warning I'll ever give you on this, Wally.
Oh, thank God.
I kept thinking.
See, he's doing it again. He's being a dick. This dork over here is being a dick, and you can't do that.
I'm aware that I can go off on tangents and they're just really serving myself, but I did have a lot of fun yesterday after the show thinking about Mark Zuckerberg going, you know what looks cool is me doing whatever the hell the wrestling is, the martial art wrestling,
even if you're
jiu-jitsu.
Even if you're the same guy who covered yourself in white sunblock that one time you went wakeboarding or whatever,
that was so
paddle boarding.
No,
that
wasn't what it was. It was that surfboard that's got the remote control. They're really hard to use, but so Mark Zuckerberg did this thing where he had obviously someone film him on one of those, like, remote control surfboards with him holding an American flag on the 4th of July. And he's serious. Like he's not, it's not self-parody. And he's like, film this and put it on social media, which I invented. It's me on this board. And it's just so sad. It's great, but it's like wonderfully sad. And it's the same thing with these rich guys doing jiu-jitsu. Again, if you did jiu-jitsu 15 years ago, that's kind of great. Like, it keeps you in shape. Again, I'm a big Anthony Bourdain fan. He was, like, competitive in it. It got him ripped. Like, that's not my issue. It's obviously not with jiu-jitsu. It's with it just became this thing that every like unsure man started doing with money. Like they took their money and free time and started doing this. And even that's fine. It's a little corny that you don't have enough self-reflection to know that you're just following some fad. But the idea that they all film themselves doing it and put it out publicly, like Musk and Zuckerberg, like all these lunatics put themselves up like with a big professional jiu-jitsu guy like lightly handling them. And then remember when Musk and Zuckerberg were going to quote unquote fight because they were both convinced they were huge badasses? Again, I'm not a tough guy. I'm not afraid of either of them. I don't care if they train 24 hours a day in jiu-jitsu. Like I'm not, they very well could beat me up. I'm not afraid of them. Like if Zuckerberg walked in here and it was just me and him, I'm not positive that there would be any sort of like anxiety or fear that would come from him physically coming at me, which again lends itself to why do I know that you do this? Why? There's plenty of things that I'm on the radio talking about myself 4 hours a day. There's still like activities that I do that I don't feel the need to address or put on social media. Like they're boring. Like I ran on a treadmill yesterday. Like, right? Like I don't need, like sometimes I'll see something on TV and I'll go, I don't know what they said because I was on a treadmill, because it just easily explains why I didn't hear it. Like the Texas A&M quarterback who wasn't the quarterback. But like, I don't feel the need to have someone at the gym tape me, running at 5. Like, it doesn't, just people are insane. All right. We have a wonderful news segment. Dave Richard will join us, Phil Perry at 9 o'clock. Plenty of Patriots talk on the way as well. We'll be right back.
You're listening to games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Paisley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots have a really big home game to play this Sunday against Buffalo, and at the moment, the roster seems healthy. Running back Terrell Jennings, the only player missing at practice yesterday, rookie offensive lineman Jared Wilson, defensive lineman Kairos Tonga, and special teamer Brendan Schooler, all full participants in the workout. In college football news, the University of Michigan fired head coach Sharon Moore for cause. This after an inappropriate relationship with a member of the staff there. Moore was then arrested later in the day in connection with an assault investigation. Bruins are in Winnipeg to play the Jets. It's the second stop on a 3-game road trip for the Bruins. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 7:30 and the face-off at 8 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Celtics will be in Milwaukee tonight. Bucks will be without Giannis Antetokounmpo. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7:30 and the tip-off at 8 over on 105.7 WROR. Defending champion Oklahoma City is an NBA record-tying 24-1. They beat Phoenix 138-89 in the semifinals of the NBA Cup, and the Baltimore Orioles have signed Pete Alonso. It's a 5-year, $155 million contract. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Eastern Massachusetts' leader in drain cleaning and pipelining, Drains by James. Slow drain, clogged drain, you need to contact Drains by James today at drainsbyjames.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Irish shot.
The Bruins.
Rebound score!
Play here, the Sports Hub.
When it comes to the show, Hardy thinks the same way you do.
Nothing happened.
He's got the same questions.
Where is the story?
And the same opinions.
Boring.
And he's back with Fred on the Sports Hub.
We interrupt this program for breaking news.
I can't use it.
Newsflash!
We're Toucher and Hardy. You can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 95 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Show's moving fast. I like the days where I go, ooh, it's 8 o'clock. I'm doing the YouTube thing again. You know, at the beginning of every hour, I give out the YouTube channel. And sometimes I'm like, it feels like I just did it. Which is nice. I like days like today.
Cooking.
Well, hopefully it sounds that way. All right. It is time to listen. Dave Richards coming on. Phil Perry's going to be for an hour, so everyone hold their horses. Can't talk about a game that hasn't happened yet for 5 days. I'll lose my mind.
You can't even talk about it the day after it happens.
Okay, out of curiosity, and I'm not being defensive because I do enjoy when you bust my balls, but when would, and this isn't passive aggressive, when would you have taken the vacation day if you knew 2 weeks ago you had to take the vacation day?
Well, number one, you don't have to take the vacation day.
Okay. If you had
First
one,
and foremost.
if you had one you wanted to take.
That's pretty much where it ends for me.
All right,
I've never met a man in a more successful position in my life that is more consumed with his vacation days, sick days, time off availability than you. It is astounding to me.
Well, in fairness, I was running at a fairly large deficit of sick days 2 years ago.
Cuckoo.
And now I am, well, my throat, you bastard. That wasn't from being cuckoo.
But that was from the scotch and the Camel filterless.
Yes, it was from smoking. Everyone who smokes at 47 gets a throat cancer
Hey,
scare.
I mean, it's a bad beat, but whatever.
Yeah, somehow I don't know if it was a direct result of smoking. It certainly aggravated it, and I did stop smoking. I mean, I'm not suicidal.
It was that gut rot you were drinking. You were picking up at the corner store.
And again,
the pop-off vodka.
Sleeping on a stomach full of alcohol obviously doesn't improve the situation, but you know, these are things that were beyond my control in a lot of ways. Not the drinking and the smoking, but I did
Thunderbird.
But that was necessary, Adam. Thank you for interjecting that.
You're welcome.
The people without homes, I'm sure, are very fascinated with you and happy that you're going after them. But now I have 100 sick hours. I went from like a negative 60, and now I have over 100 to burn. So if you're talking about sick hours, I mean, what a turnaround.
But
I've only taken 2 sick days this year, which you probably haven't. Have you taken one?
Not since this show started, no.
Adam's taken 1 this year. I've taken 2.
I haven't taken any.
I don't know how you guys can do a morning show and not take 1 sick day, that you don't get so worn out and that it makes you sick.
We do, but we're gamers. We show up. We keep going.
Yeah, see, I would make the argument that you can take a couple sick days a year. That's okay.
That is.
Yeah, I no, for your own, I'm telling you, especially you, John, for your own good.
What are you trying to say exactly?
That as you age, that it's not the worst thing in the world to take some time to let your body heal. I would encourage you not to come in sick.
Yeah, Beaton took a sick day yesterday, even though he wasn't like at death's door. But even a young, healthy little spinner like him needs, 8 hours to just lay on the couch.
There was a guy my agent used to represent in Atlanta that I think he would take, what was it, Friday or Monday, he would take something like 15 sick days a year. And it was this country jock that did mornings. And they would be like, I don't think you're sick. And he'd be like, then don't give me the sick days.
I'll call that bluff. Fine.
Yeah, Norm was my old agent. He was dead now. But he used to go, he'd just be like, what do they say? And he's like, then don't give me the sick days. I don't know what you want from me. So I'm sick. How about that?
Legitimately, to answer your question.
What are you going to do, fire me?
If I like one day to use and I've decided I'm going to use this, I would probably do it like Wednesday of next week. Because the day after, like, I want to be here the day after the Patriots-Bills game, win or lose.
Okay,
like
so
I'm not missing that day.
So I can tell you my thinking. It's the book, it's holiday books, so it's unrated basically. So I feel comfortable with that. But also, those shows take care of themselves. It's just regurgitating the same information over and over again.
Right.
And so, like, those aren't the most exciting days for me. I like I like summer days where there's just blank canvas.
John likes it because it reminds him of when his kids were young, when he would regurgitate the food. He would chew it up and spit it into their mouth.
And Friday before vacation, that's just a day like I'm just going to sit at home. Like I got stuff I'm going to do Sunday night. I'm turning it into a staycation. I'm going to be a tourist in my own city, as we discussed off air. I'm going to really freedom trail it. I'm going to do everything right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What is the first news story today?
911 call from North Carolina. Very strange incident here.
A motorist in North Carolina had a close call along.
What are these news? They've taken the budget away from these things. It used to be a big production situation. Now it sounds like a lady in a hallway. She'd do it. Everyone on Zoom.
A motorist in North Carolina had a close call along Route 74 near Bryson City Wednesday morning. Authorities in Swain County shared the 911 call.
Okay. Yeah, actually, can you stop it here? Just a little bit of production value, like leading into it, even if it's not a thing. Let's try it again. Here we go. Roll it.
Okay. You may not believe.
Yeah.
It would be so much better. Give me something.
Yeah, a little stinger on that thing.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, you may not believe me, but I just had a bald eagle drop a cat through my windshield.
Jonathan. Wow. Jonathan. Hey, I'm not an eagle.
Ho!
I'm just on a power line throwing stuff. Wait a second. What are you talking about? I'm a man. I'm a human man with a bag of cats. It's Christmas time. You know that story of old St. Nick? He climbed the power lines and throw cats. Hey, old lady, missing something? Thump. There's Mittens. Mittens ain't no more. They're all laying perpendicular to her.
This little
She's
kid
got X's.
lost its mittens and its life.
Yeah, it's got X's over its eyes. If this was a cartoon, it'd have X's for eyes on the account of its lack of life. And I don't believe these beasts get an afterlife. They're just spun into something weird.
It's a myth, a cat's dream.
Yeah, you don't know.
Okay, you may not believe me, but I just had a bald eagle drop a cat through my windshield. It absolutely shattered my windshield.
Great. Why are you calling the cops? What do they care? Like you're sharing a story. Save it for Applebee's.
Call AAA.
Yeah, save it for 5 o'clock at Applebee's to light the bar. What are you telling the cops for, lady? Save it for the water cooler.
The dispatcher responded calmly, sending her to a location.
Oh, well, I'm glad that they didn't lose their mind. You know, these people that are presented with multiple murders, they somehow found their way to not turn this into a whole sideshow.
The dispatcher responded calmly, sending her to a location where she could meet with highway patrol officers and make a report.
I do believe.
Narc! And you don't even get it right. How'd you know it was a bald eagle? What are you, some kind of bird expert?
That was my first question. How did she know it was a bald eagle?
Yeah, right.
And when you see the windshield, like there's a hole in the windshield the size of like an exercise ball. So this had to be dropped from a fairly good height. How do you know it was a bald eagle?
Yeah, lady. Do bald eagles have feet and hands? It was me. I was looking for the first Honda Accord to smash. For pump. Ha, ha, ha. I was letting bags of duty and ringing doorbells, but I stopped getting kicks from that. This is my new prank.
I do believe you, honestly.
I'm glad everyone's having a chuckle.
Okay, I had a witness. He's like, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Scavenging is common behavior for bald eagles. And
Is that true?
I didn't know that.
No,
Must
I'm
be-
just
must
in
be
your
in-
experience.
Well, look at all the
yeah.
crap he's collected around
Oh, yeah.
himself.
It is
Got a
true.
big pile of gum wrappers. He's making something over there. He's got Castle Island bags all over the place.
Scavenging is common behavior for bald eagles, and Kendrick Weeks with the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission says the cat could have been roadkill.
Another question, is the cat still alive?
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
dumb question.
DOA, baby.
Is the cat still
Of all
alive?
the things to care about, why do you care about
Because
that?
they would have to say, because they send out some lame brain animal control. Whatevs.
All right.
You ain't saving it. I've seen them futilely try to resuscitate these beasts. These soulless beasts. Ha, ha,
Is the
ha.
cat still alive?
It's part of the fun. Oh, it's James from Animal Control again. Yeah, this one's got my name all over it. Yep. Yep. It's broken back the whole nine. Yeah. Yeah, I did crush this one with my hands. This one I threw from a great height. What you taking up to the top of this Sears Tower? Nothing. What's moving around in there? Stuff.
Another question, is the cat still alive? No, it is not.
Eagles sometimes lose their grip on what they've caught, especially if they're being harassed by another raptor or the prey becomes too heavy.
Scoot! Away, bald eagle. I'm trying to throw cats up here. You're bugging me.
It's not clear.
I don't want to kill you. You got wings and no fun. You put up too much of a fight.
What are you doing up there? Nothing.
Just watching wrestling. Getting texts from the teams.
Yeah.
Clear if the unfortunate cat slipped from the eagle's talons or was dropped on purpose. I'm Jennifer King.
Oh, well, that's quite a newscast you got there, Jennifer.
Just the authoritative voice there.
I mean, it doesn't even sound like the news.
No.
It just sounds like someone's talking. All right, what's next?
An unfortunate incident that sadly resulted in a death that maybe was preventable.
The county woman has been found guilty.
At least there's a little production on this.
Yeah.
The county woman has been found guilty of murder in the death of an actress after she injected silicone oil into the woman's butt, resulting in her death.
What happened?
Performance enhancers.
What, John? What's going on there?
Well, these women get off-market Brazilian butt lifts.
I'm usually in favor of enhancement, but this sounds dangerous.
Yeah, this is a problem in the plastic surgery industry. They'll just take a thing of silicone and willy-nilly inject it in there, and that gets in your bloodstream. Cause a lot of problems. Believe me, I know.
A jury found 55-year-old Libby Adame guilty of second-degree murder of Cindiana Santangelo and guilty of practicing medicine without a license.
Big no-no.
Yeah, can't do that.
Before she died of a silicone embolism, Santangelo had appeared on Married with Children, ER, and in Young MC's Bust a Move video.
Oh, is it the lady from the Bust a Move video? Like the lady?
Really? Her? I remember her.
I think I know. She had
Let
like
it
a
roll.
bob
They
cut.
talk about it, yeah.
Well, she was wearing the bow tie, the bow in her hair. That one, or is it a different one?
I might be
Busta
getting
Move
that in
video.
a Wild Thing mixed up.
I think Wild Thing. You're thinking Wild
I'm
Thing.
thinking Wild Thing. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of like the lady with the bob cut in Wild Thing.
Yes, it is. It's not. Yeah,
Okay,
the
it's
Busta
Busta
Move
Move.
had a giant yellow bow in her hair.
There must not be a lot going on in this town if they're referring to as the lady from the Busta Move video.
Yeah.
That's like when the station put up all the luminaries in the crowd at the Celtics-Lakers game. And it was it was aside from Willie McGinnis and Donnie Wahlberg, faceless people. Like Marcelo Meyer. Like, how the hell do I know what he looks like? And then there's some guy with a lot of tattoos, and I'm like, I don't know who this guy. Like, no one I knew. And then it's sad because just don't do it at that point. The Celtics, they try to make something into the Celtics sideline, and if they're local athletes, who cares? That's not. You're trying to make it like the '80s Forum, and it's not happening. Like
Big
Jack
Baby.
Nicholson's not here.
Big Baby arguing about a seat that's open in front of him in the second row.
I mean,
yeah, that's what it was.
These
for a
are
while
nuts.
there.
I mean, and also, like, to be honest with you, I mean, how much is Willie McGinnis? How many rungs up from someone at this station is Willie McGinnis? Why is he getting like sideline stuff? He hasn't been relevant for 20 years.
It's a world champion, Fred.
I like Willie McGinnis. He's always been nice to me, but I don't know if he's some superstar that's deserving of free tickets.
Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
No. Oh, Patriots Hall of Famer, maybe. He's not in the NFL Hall of Fame. There's no way.
No, the Hall of Fame that counts. The hall at Patriot Place.
Yes, indeed. Where you can buy a Zolak jersey. That's right.
Music video. Last year, Adama and her daughter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter of a different woman who they also injected, but they were acquitted of the murder charge. As for this case, Adami's defense attorneys
It
argue
is
that
the
she
lady with the bob from Bust a Move. It's very similar to the Wild Thing video. It's from Delicious Vinyl, same probably production crew. It is the lady with the bob. I would imagine there's a lot of ladies. This is sad because Bust a Move, I'm watching the video right now. There's not like one lady. There's like a lot of ladies. That's sad. It's not like the Firehouse video for Love of a Lifetime where there's like one blonde lady.
Yeah, that's different.
Or like Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane or the Cherry Pie.
Right. It's not Bobby Brown and Cherry Pie. Like, Yeah, like there's classroom scenes with a bunch of ladies dancing around. I don't know which one she is. Please.
did not do it. They suggest the procedure was done by someone else, and Adami was only there for a consultation. Adami faces 15 years to life in prison when she's sentenced on November 5th.
I'll tell you, Bust a Move, not a good song. Not a good song. Very difficult to listen to.
In this city, ladies look pretty. Guys tell jokes so they can seem witty. Tell
Yeah,
a
the
funny
funny
joke
joke
just
so
to
you
get
get
some
some
play. Then you try and make a move, and she says,
No way.
I wonder, is she the lady? Yeah, there's so many ladies because there's the lady with the bob cut in the sunglasses, but then there's another lady with sunglasses. They're all dancing around, and they have stop on their buttocks.
I don't remember that.
I don't know what that message that's supposed to send, but I don't like it.
Wow.
Your best friend Harry has a brother Larry.
in 5 days from now, he's going to marry.
See, I call into question that rhyme scheme. You just put up Harry and Larry to rhyme with scary. Yeah, see, difficult to listen to. Not a lot of art in there.
He's hoping he can make it there if you can. Because in the ceremony, you'll be the best man.
I'll make it there if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I don't want you to be my best man. Like, I want you to make this a priority. You understand?
Yes.
A lot of flaws in the song. A lot of lazy rhymes. I don't care for it. Dave Richard. Maybe this is it for Dave this year because
Playoffs
I'm
start.
done. Are you in the playoffs?
I lost last week, and I lost the last playoff spot on tiebreakers, so I'm out.
Okay, because I'm 11th in our league out of 12, and I have the 6th amount of points.
I finished 7th, and 6 teams go.
Yeah, well, I would like it for the record that in terms of points, I would be a playoff team. But without the points in the win-loss record, I'm in 11th.
So it
hardly seems fair.
4 and you won 4 or 5 games?
4.
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what else bothers me. The bride walks down just to start the wedding, and there's one more girl you won't be getting. What the hell does that mean? The bride walks down just to start the wedding?
Well, no, she's the whole show, and she wouldn't start the wedding. She would be last.
Yeah.
Point.
So you start thinking, then you start blinking. Yeah.
Well, this is like the same thing with Parents Don't Understand, where are you poor or rich? Because it starts off with that you can't get any good clothes because your mom's cheap. But then the next part of the song, you're driving around in their Porsche while they're out of town on some fancy vacation. Like, make up your mind, Will.
Yeah.
What side of the fence are you? Are the Fresh Prince or are you the kid from South Philly?
Inconsistent.
I mean, which one? And by the way, your father doesn't want you. He's going to come back and say he does.
Whoa.
Well, it's part of the show. His father would come back, much like Webster, and they would make overtures that they were going to take the kid. And then the uncle would get very upset and say, Will, don't go. And he'd say, you're not my dad. Mm-hmm. And then ultimately the dad the next day would go, as a matter of fact, Uncle Phil was right. I'm not taking you. I don't love you.
I know. I just don't. I don't like to talk about it now. It's still
Well, it's still fresh.
raw.
All right, very good. We'll be back in just a moment. Dave Richard will be joining us.
Injected silicone oil into the woman's butt.
I cannot lie.
We are Toucher and Hardy. Dave Richard is the fantasy football guru at CBS Sports. There are 3 ways to link up with Dave Richard and his fantasy football advice on X at Dave Richard. Live on YouTube every morning by searching Fantasy Football Today. And 3 times per week on Fantasy Football Today on the CBS Sports Network. Check local listings. Dave, hello, sir.
Happy fantasy playoffs, everybody.
Well, John and I are both not in it, so that's
that trade you guys made didn't help one of you get in?
I lost my last game and got bounced on tiebreakers from the last playoff spot.
Oh, I know the feeling. I'm sorry, Wallach.
Yeah, it sucked.
Well, I'm in the situation where I came in 10th. I was 4-10, but I had 1,675 points, which was more than the 7th place guy and more than the 5th place guy. So
you should be in.
Well, that's not the way it's based solely on record. There is a reward for getting the most amount of points, but someone had the second place guy had 1,900 points.
That's the guy I lost to the last week.
Yeah,
yeah.
So and they were only 10-4, and that by far the most amount of points in the league. So I don't know what's going on. By 100, they had the most amount of points in the league, which is a lot in this league. All right, well, Dave. Obviously, people here very focused on Bills Patriots. Again, you watch every single NFL game. One of the very few people that do. You'd be surprised. These analysts you see on ESPN, and if you're a fan of a bad team, it becomes very obvious they have not watched the bad team. Certainly not every game. But Dave, going into this game, people here are a little upset that Buffalo was a favorite. According to some books, that's changing. What do you see happening in this game? Not even from a fantasy perspective, we can get into that, but just in terms of an outcome.
I think you're going to see really good preparation and detail from both teams getting ready for the game. I think Buffalo's secondary has started to play better over the last couple. I know that Joe Burrow lit him up for 4 touchdowns and a couple of picks, but I think that defense will be a little bit better. And I have to give the nod to Buffalo in terms of pass rush, because we haven't seen the Patriots pass rush really come alive. And Buffalo's pass rush really has devolved into just an okay unit. They don't get a ton of pressure on the quarterback. And that's always something I lean on. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, you're probably looking at a situation where the quarterback is going to have a pretty good game. So this could be a fairly high-scoring game with both quarterbacks doing a lot of very good things. But in the end, I see James Cook and the way that he's been running the football. And I know that the Patriots' run defense has been great all year. James Cook has blasted through plenty of good run defenses. I am very nervous for you guys that James Cook ends up having a big day, and as many points as the Patriots put up, the Bills put up a few more, and it ends up being a Bills win.
So it's a consensus. We had a writer on from the Boston Globe. He, too, thinks this is going to be a shootout.
Yeah.
He said 38-35 Patriots.
Yep.
So
I don't know if it'll be that high, but it'll be close to that. Like, if you told me that the final score is going to be like 31-28, I would totally believe that.
See, I would think that you're right that they would want to ride Cook and they'd want to keep the Patriots off the field. But what do I know? You would think that
almost never works out, by the way. Like, we talk about that all the time. Oh, they've got to run the ball to try and keep the opposing team off the field. Well, if it worked so well, you would see that happen every week. And there are games where you see it, where, one team possesses the ball for 40 minutes and the other team possesses it for 20. But it really doesn't work out that way. The only time it does come into play is like the fourth quarter. And if you're able to run it well in the fourth quarter, then obviously you're possessing the ball. You're not letting the other team come back in and have a chance to tie or win the game, something like that.
We always hear about teams wearing down in the fourth quarter, and that if you just keep at it, like, you can wear a defense down. When you watch these games, do you see that happening? Like, if I inefficiently run the ball, but I do it a lot in like the first 3 quarters, do you see that pay? Because I'm glad I'm asking you this, because I do think about this during games. Do you see that pay off in the fourth quarter?
I mean, it always depends on what defense we're talking about, because some defenses are just built differently. But generally, you will start to see if a team is really dedicated to the run and they're good at it and the offensive line is good, then eventually you start to see a lot of those, let's call them 2 and 3 yard runs, become 4, 5, and 6 yard runs. And then eventually the defense cracks and they allow a big run. An interesting example of that is from last week, and it's not exactly the same thing as far as like a late fourth quarter breakthrough run. But the Cleveland Browns were doing a really good job of stopping the Titans running.
See, this
backs.
proves he watches all the games because you don't get much garbage than that.
Wow.
Literally two plays where the Browns they had a bad fit and they were getting worn down by Tony Pollard and the Titans. And one play, he beats 9 in the box basically and runs for a long touchdown. And another one just gets good blocking from his offensive lineman, finds a lane and gets through and scoots his way into the end zone for a touchdown. Literally the only 2 plays that the Browns broke down on. It wasn't necessarily late in the game, but that's an example of a team wearing down a defense, and then eventually it pays off with a big run. And I do think that that's something that's probably more likely to happen with Buffalo's run game against the Patriots than the Patriots' run game against Buffalo. Buffalo's run defense has actually started to, at least statistically, play a little bit better as far as yards per carry, explosive runs over their last 3 games.
All right, so Dave, if you would please, describe to me the scenario where this game ends and it does the most to change your perception about both teams and their outlook for the rest of the season.
It would have to involve some sort of injury. I mean, I'm
talking about result. Would Buffalo blowing out the Patriots change your mind about the overall landscape of these two teams?
No.
More so than, say, the other way around or whatever?
No, it would make me excited for the rubber match in the playoffs is what it would do. Because the one thing in the back of my mind when I think about the Patriots is Mike Vrabel's a great coach. What's his history in the playoffs? Is this the team that he can get over the hump with and into the Super Bowl with? When he never did it in Tennessee. He's come close a lot. He's a great coach. But in the playoffs, he's had a hard time finishing. And listen, the funny thing is that we could say the exact same thing about Buffalo. How many times has the Buffalo Bills
Well,
been
they
in the
do.
playoffs
I mean,
with
they're constantly, the coaching on that team is constantly being questioned to the point where they show the offensive coordinator multiple times a game, good or bad. Okay, so Denver is really the team that's in position, obviously record-wise, to right now they're the number 1 team in the AFC, but they have a gauntlet coming up. All playoff teams except the Chiefs, and the Chiefs are the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. How is Denver to you? I know they win by a slim margin. How do you look at them as a threat to the Patriots in the playoffs?
I think they might have the best defense in football. Their pass rush is relentless. Their run defense is just okay. They
better than Houston. You think they're better than Houston?
Better than Houston. Listen, but those are the top 2 defenses in football, and I would say that Houston probably has the better run defense, but both of them is if those teams play in the playoffs, that's going to be like a 12-9 game. I don't see a lot of offense there. And part of the reason why you're not going to see a lot of offense is because I think Denver comes up short in that category. Bo Nix has taken a step back this year. There have been times where he's been out of his mind good. I think back to that 4th quarter against the Giants when he just put the Broncos on his back and led them to a huge win. And then there have been games, certainly earlier in the year, where he's botched things and he hasn't looked good. And in their past few games, how many of them can we look at and say, oh, yeah, the Broncos won this game over the Raiders, for example, because of Bo Nix? You can't really say that. So I'm worried about how Bo Nix could perform in the playoffs, but that defense is lights out. And I think they're trying to cultivate the run game. And if they get that going in time for the playoffs, if that peaks and they're really on the ascension there, then that's going to be a problem for teams. And I think Bo Nix would also benefit from that because he's good off of play action. He's good at using running back as a changeup to go ahead and throw downfield or use the running back in the passing game. And it's like you said, Fred, they're just good enough and they're coached up well enough to find ways to win games. And they've been doing that. How many in a row have they won? 10? Yeah. So I think that they could absolutely – I think they might struggle this week against Green Bay, but let's say they lose one more game before the playoffs, they might really hit their stride, especially against that gauntlet that you're talking about.
I mean, you could make an argument. I'm not sure you'd win it, but you could make an argument that the Packers are the best team in the league. I mean, you could make the argument.
They're the best team in the NFC.
Right. You could make that argument, but you might not win it, but you could make it. All right. So in terms of strategy for those people that are lucky enough to make the fantasy playoffs, how do you manage having players from a bad team now that the season is fizzling out? Generally, as a rule with fantasy, are you less likely do you play the guy on a good team over a guy on a bad team if all things are equal? Like, how does that usually work out?
It comes down to the guy. I'm starting Bijan Robinson, no questions asked. Falcons stink, and he's usually
your number one pick
numbers.
too, right? So
Right, exactly.
yeah.
So to sit your number one pick, if you haven't already done it, you're probably not going to do it now. I don't try and change anything as far as my process goes. This is just another week of football. I understand that it's do or die, but I'm still starting the players that I'm most comfortable with. After those guys, let's call them the studs. After the studs, I'm looking for players that have the best opportunity and then the best matchup. Those are the two things that I look for from a player. I'm going to give you an interesting example. Jacoby Brissett from the Cardinals has been nonstop hot in fantasy football ever since he got the job for Arizona quarterback, and he earned the right to keep it the rest of the way. Impossible matchup this week for him against Houston, especially with his offensive line in brutal shape. Now his left tackle is done for a while. It might be the rest of the year. It's certainly going to be for this week's game. And we talked about the Texans' defense and how good it is, how strong their pass rush is. Their secondary is awesome. This would be a week where I would get away from Jacoby Brissett if I could. If I had another quarterback who had shown signs of playing well, has the opportunity to throw a lot, certainly has good weapons, and has a favorable matchup. I'm going to give you some examples. Trevor Lawrence against the Jets. Sorry, Fred. But Trevor Lawrence has a good matchup.
They're good, though.
Did you the Jaguars?
No, the Jets. Did you pick up Brady Cook if you can? If you have a hole at quarterback for
If it's
some
like
reason?
a 32-team league and you need a quarterback because you were starting Tyrod Taylor, then yeah, I guess that's what you got to do.
Kid look good, man. Kid look good. And that Mechie kid can really hold on to the ball. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just Adonai Mitchell, same thing. Trevor Lawrence would be one of those quarterbacks I would look for. Marcus Mariota, who's got a great matchup against the Giants, I would take him over Jacoby Brissett. You can even make the case for C.J. Stroud in the same game to be over Jacoby Brissett, although Brissett would really have to melt down in order for that to be the case. I'm just saying that you could make the case for Jacoby over him. But
it's Mariota.
When I set my lineups, Fred, that's what I'm looking for. First of all, opportunity, stud first, opportunity second, matchup third, and then you live with the results.
Mariota. We've been informed by a couple of weeks ago when the announcers also at some point they decided it's no longer Mariota, it's Mariota.
But you got to sound smarter than everyone else, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, Dave Richard, this is all good information. And let's have you on next week, and then we will say adieu. It's very sad when we have to say adieu to Dave Richard because we will not be here for the rest of the year after next week. Dave, get your questions in while you can on socials at Dave Richard. And he's on YouTube every morning. Search Fantasy Football Today. 3 times a week, he's on the CBS Sports Network with that Fantasy Football Today show. Dave, as always, a great pleasure, sir.
To everybody else except for Fred and Wallach, good luck in your fantasy playoffs this week.
Thank you. Thank you. No one here has got any juice right now. No one here has got anything for the game. All right. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. We'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius. sure.
No idea what you're talking about.
Here's more of The Thing on the Sports Hub.
We're Toucher and Artie. Listen at the end of the segment for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card from Valvoline Instant Oil Change. John and I were talking about when we eat, because Bob Bronson from the other station is quite a presence now. He's got 17 grocery bags in the kitchen, and he's eating not raw turkey. He's eating cold cuts because he's like without bread because he's trying to Atkins his way out of this hole he's in. And
they say just load up on nitrates. Just to get as much salt and sodium and all that
say
stuff.
the cured meats.
Healthy.
Cured meats.
Well, listen, you could do worse than eating just turkey. I mean, that's probably pretty good. But, nonetheless, we were talking about weight. And my son's at a point where he's actively trying to put on weight. And I got to tell you, that's worse. I always thought of it because you can't just eat he's not trying to get fat, so he's not drinking. Like I know when the Rob Mackey calls himself now from Always Sunny in Philadelphia that season where he got really fat on purpose. He was having an assistant leave out a liter of ice cream and then he would just drink it before he went to bed. And so you're not doing stuff like that, but it sucks. He'll drink a quart of chocolate milk, and that is disagreeable. That's not but it's hard. It's real hard. He's put on 11 pounds in the last 6 months, but it's not pleasant.
He was born with a high metabolism, right?
Well, he's 6'4", so he's that's impossible, and he's super active. He's still a kid kind of. So for fun, they'll go to the Y and play basketball for 2 hours. They had to tell him not to play a sport in the winter because if he played basketball, they'd never put on any weight. So, if he played basketball for the school, he'd never put on any weight. So it's this process of just him going, I had this many calories today, and that's almost worse than not eating.
Yeah, that would bum me out if I had to do it. I remember years ago, Jared Leto was doing an interview. It was back on BCN, and it was under the guise of 30 Seconds to Mars. But he was cool. He would talk about everything
And hit on the male staff.
Oh, is that right?
Jared Leto was about as affectionate with another man. The man was not interested, and he wasn't over the line. He wasn't being abusive. or anything.
Yeah. Did he?
He was extraordinarily interested in a man that I worked with in Atlanta.
See, that would make me a little sad if he was in studio and he was hitting on a guy, but it wasn't me. I mean, what's wrong with me?
This guy was a kind of Anglophile, a Brit rock kind of guy, and I could see that being, there was a certain type that was attracted to him, both male and female.
All right.
He was a little Oasis-y.
Yeah.
Kind of a little guy. A little Oasis-y. I think that struck Jared's fancy.
I guess I'd be okay with it if it was totally a different type. If someone came in here was hitting on beaten and was ignoring me, I'm okay, well, you've got a type.
And in fairness, I cannot say for sure that Jared Leto made any kind of direct offer. In fact, I would guess that didn't happen. But he was very friendly.
Yeah, you got to throw some chum in the water, see if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I would definitely say there was some chum in the water.
All right, that's fine.
Unlike Courtney Love, who just took one of our interns with another woman and took him right on her bus. And that, I assume, was a sexual endeavor.
No, that is non-sporting fishing. That's just a net.
And he was probably 21, and he was another one of these Britpop kids, in a band that was madly inspired by Oasis, Same steez, same situation going on.
But Jared Leto, when I was had him on for the interview, he had recently had to put on 30 or 40 pounds to play Mark David Chapman in a movie.
Okay.
And I said, oh, God, that must have been tough. And he said, no, it was great. He said, I would microwave a pint of Ben and Jerry's and just suck it down. And he said, it was actually awesome and decadent,
But he was getting fat.
He was getting fat. I said, "What? Oh, did it feel good to stop?" He said, No. When I had to take the weight off, I didn't get to, suck down a pint of Ben and Jerry's every night, and I had to start eating well and losing weight. He said all of it, the after was awful, but the getting fat part, he said, was fun.
Well, he was in Dallas Buyers Club, right?
Yeah.
So that had to be terrible because he had to get down to a guy who was about to die of AIDS weight, which not a joke. It's the character he played.
He was doing it with Matthew McConaughey, and if you have a fellow actor who's also losing a bunch of weight, you can go on that journey together.
When McConaughey, according to his book, which I'll never read, when he's up against it, he'll just fly off to some village and just get in with the natives, get back to the earth.
Yeah, just show up unannounced, uninvited.
Bingo. He'll go to the Amazon and he'll find some village tribe, jungle tribe. I'm not making it up. And he'll go and he's, they want him there.
Oh yeah,
of course they do.
Arranging transportation from a private landing strip kind of kills the vibe, though, right?
He's just, it's like, do you? Is that what you do? And he's like, yeah, man, I'll just get naked and. Because he's one of these guys who did 1,000 interviews for the book, so you basically know the whole book now.
Yeah.
And it's, I guess that maybe the preface is him in the jungle, beating his chest nude.
Is that why you don't like Josh Brolin because of his book and the book tour he went on?
Okay, no. I think Josh Brolin's a fantastic actor. I think Josh Brolin, if he, as a famous guy, had super cool friends, he went after, the people that writers and musicians that are really cool. I think he's probably a great guy. He tried to write, he's friends with too many authors. Oh. His biography is written in a very literary way, and I don't think it's pulled off well. It's sort of almost an imitation of the authors that he was friends with.
I got you.
And what movie did he star in that was based on the very famous book? Is it Old Country for Old? No Country
for Old Men is the Cormac McCarthy book.
So he was very good friends with Cormac McCarthy, and he references him, and he had his typewriter, and he had all this stuff, and he's trying, I believe, to write in that style, which is not possible for him because he's trying to emulate, one of the great authors of all time, and that's just not going to happen. You go Joan Didion. You can pull that off because it's just not as well, but it's just a very sparse, kind of detached way of writing, which can be pulled off. The flowery not flowery romantic, but you know what I'm saying, the male equivalent of flowery romantic, the Western equivalent of that, very difficult to pull off for an amateur.
But I do it on the typewriter.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a big I wrote this on a typewriter guy, Brolin. But if I met Josh Brolin, I think I'd like him. I mean, he was in thrashing. He was down with the SST bands. I mean, he's a young punk. You gotta like the guy, legit. All right, caller number 10 to the contest line 617-931-0985 will win a $100 Visa gift card from Valvoline Instant Oil Change this holiday season. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is giving you the gift of travel, so you can get out of all your holiday events without worrying about the price of gas. Phil Perry will be here to talk about Joan Didion in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
All right, the holiday.
ultimate competitor. He knows the offense.
So I heard you and Hardy talking. It was eavesdropping as John and I had nothing to say to each other. And you were talking about the weather, and it's not snowing. Just if you had to have an opinion on it, is that if it snowed, who would that be? Just out of curiosity, who do you think would have the advantage there? If anyone?
I always feel like it's the offense, actually. And this maybe goes back to, I think, the way Brady felt about it, which was, if it snows, that means the defensive back's footing is going to be worse, and so they won't be able to react to what they're seeing quickly enough.
Tennessee.
And so that's going to equal points on the board. Tennessee is the best example of it.
58 that day? Something like
that? Oh, is that the October game where it snowed? Yes.
They won like 58.
It was like around Halloween, and it shouldn't have been snowing.
Right.
And I remember being so aggravated because not only did it snow, the Patriots put that amount of points on the board.
It also helped that Tennessee absolutely did not want to be there.
That's true.
I mean, it was
That's pretty early in the season too, to like just not want to be there.
No show. And I remember doing a show with Troop that weekend, probably both days, Saturday and Sunday. And I was kind of back and forth on, I don't know. And Troop's like, trust me, the Patriots are going to blow doors. Because
let me get back to Twitter.
Wait to see what happens.
The receiver knows where he's going. The defensive backs don't. And he was absolutely right. Now, even he didn't predict I think you're right, Wall. Like, it was like 58-3 or something.
I think it was 45-0 at half, if I remember
Brady
correctly.
had like 5 touchdown passes in the second quarter.
Yeah, I remember that game vividly, and I do believe it was around Halloween because I remember going, I can't believe there's this much snow. And then it all went away.
59-0.
Yeah.
What was the date of that?
October 18th,
Good call, Fred.
2009.
Yeah, I remember that because it was like my third year here and thinking, or maybe it was my fourth summer, my third winter, I think. And I remember just thinking, oh, what's going? This sucks. And by the way, it snows in Nashville. I don't know what they're so... I mean, it does. I don't know why that would be so impossible for that team to play in. It's a little odd. All right, Phil, this is the exercise that we're doing. As we talk to a lot of people that are very close to the team, you being one of them. Let's go with how your opinion would change based on result.
Okay.
I think it's fairly obvious that the Patriots win this game in any fashion. It shows that they're far and away the best team, I would believe, in the AFC, and complete team. They're more of a complete team certainly than Denver. And then you would talk about where do they land in the entirety of the NFL, which is a debate I don't want to have. So if they lose in a close game, how does that change your perception of the team? Does it change it at all?
It changes it in that I would start to wonder if, given the amount of time that has elapsed over the course of the season, given that this is the first time this season an opponent will face them twice, I wonder if the Bills start to find some answers that other teams haven't yet been able to find against Drake May in this passing game in particular. Patriots' run game has been really pretty abysmal over the course of the season. They're 29th in success rate, and so that hasn't been doing much for them at all, but everything is driven by Drake May, and if Sean McDermott's able to cook up a plan over the course of the last week that is really able to significantly slow them down, and there might be a few things that he can do based on the numbers the last couple months for this Patriots offense. If he is the one to sort of illuminate those for the rest of Patriots opponents, then that makes me wonder, okay, how are these last 3 games going to go? How's it going to go if they're playing in the wild card round? Is there an answer for this offense in a way that we haven't really seen one be cooked up just yet?
Okay, so you mentioned that you've seen a couple of things over the past weeks that people could exploit.
There are a few numbers when you really dig into it, and this is something we always do over the course of the bye is, what might the Patriots start to see more of? And it gets more interesting when the Patriots are good the way they are this year, and their passing game in particular. Over the last 2 months, one thing that has given them some problems is tight man-to-man coverage, and specifically cover one. So that's man-to-man across the board and one safety in the middle of the field. And Drake May, when he's actually able to throw the ball, he's been pretty good against that over the course of the last 2 months. This is going back to week 6. He averages almost 10 yards per attempt. But when you look at some of the more advanced numbers, his expected points added, that includes things like sacks or rushing attempts or turnovers, his expected points added is 17th in the NFL against cover one specifically. So it's really hard to find any stat with Drake May this year where he's anywhere outside the top 10. And against this one particular coverage these last 2 months, he's been very average. And so is that something that the Bills, who generally speaking this year are more of a zone team than a man team, but they can play cover one, is that something that they have seen as well? and they say, hey, if we disrupt the timing of these receivers with press coverage on the outside, we might give ourselves a better chance to get to Drake May. His sack rate is super high against cover one. It's behind only Justin Fields and Cam Ward, which isn't necessarily company you want to keep against that specific coverage these last 2 months. So
is there a lot of data? Like, have a lot of teams played cover one against them? Like what I'm saying is,
it's a good question.
A good statistical, whatever.
Sample size.
Sample size.
Yeah, what's the sample size? It's not horrible. So over the last 2 months, I think they're up over 50 snaps against cover one. So it's not like a 4 or 5 play sample, and they've just had a couple of wonky plays. And I think the reason why it's not even higher than that is because May is a mobile quarterback, and against mobile quarterbacks, generally speaking, you don't want to play man-to-man. We saw this happen in the Bills game last week where Josh Allen's ripping off a monster run down the field, and there are defensive backs for the Bengals with their backs turned to him. So that's what you want to avoid, which is why they don't see a ton of it. But there are ways around that, too. Like, do you try to spy Drake May so you avoid that situation where everybody's backs are turned and you have somebody who might be able to,
would that be
to
like
keep them in the
Milano?
pocket? I don't know. I honestly don't know who they would use.
Every time that you watch the Bills and you want them to do poorly, it's always Milano. It's always Milano disrupting everything.
He's been hurt a lot over the last couple of years.
He's healthy. He's healthy now.
The middle linebacker who's seemingly created some real change for that defense, and I think he's really helped their run defense, is Shaq Thompson, who's been around for a while, was at the Panthers for a while. But he started to play a lot more in the middle of that defense, and they've improved. And so, maybe it would be somebody like that.
Okay, now that's if it's what if they lose by more than a touchdown? Which is a lot in the NFL. What if they lose by more than a touchdown? Do you worry? Do you start to worry? Like you said that, like, how you would feel if they lost the game at all. But if Buffalo kind of rolls them, it's decided halfway through the fourth quarter. You haven't seen that this year.
Right.
Would that be concerning to you?
I think so. And I think you'd start to, the conversations would shift in terms of, are they the best team in the AFC? Are they the best team in the NFL? Nationally, even now, a lot of these places have started to give the Patriots a lot of credit. And so does that pop their balloon? If they were to lose by 7 or more, do you start to look at it and say, see, this team was the fraudulent team that a lot of people thought it was, weeks ago when they were ripping off wins against, the Browns and the Saints and the Titans.
I get the hesitancy to give them, accolade after accolade. Even now after the win streak and the record, because it doesn't jump off the screen at you. It's consistent performances from both the offense and the defense. Drake May has had some plays, for sure that should be eye popping, but for the most part, there's not that. They don't have a bunch of marquee moments. And until a few weeks ago, I wouldn't even say that marquee player that stood out above all others to say, well, obviously he is the best or one of the best at the position. They've been doing it not in a boring way, but in such a consistent way that I think people have been slow to give them a ton of credit.
The efficiency they have exhibited against some of these less than opponents has been,
it's another good one.
Has been kind of monotonous. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, every single week they score 23 points or more. Every single week they allow 23 or less. They have not really trailed since that Buffalo game in any of the second halves they've played. Wow. So I believe that's the last time they trailed in the second half was in the third quarter in Buffalo, which was week 5. So they have, I think to their credit, right, they've avoided a lot of those moments or a lot of those situations that would provide those marquee moments that you're talking about. Where's the comeback win? Where's that last second play that everybody remembers and says, wow, this really does feel like a special team? No, it's been a monotonous slog of success. Right? Over the course of the last however many months.
From a narrative standpoint, you were kind of going like maybe they drop one of these, so there's something to talk about this week.
May passing out of that sack in Buffalo is the last one. May almost getting sacked and delivering that big pass to Diggs. I mean, May gets sacked there, they probably lose the game. So that's the last big play with money play with everything on the line that I can remember.
And again, I give them a lot of credit for that. It means they're taking care of business in a way that they should.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Baltimore and look at Kansas City. Those are two teams that can't beat can't win. Like it doesn't matter. It's a perfect example of it doesn't matter who you beat. That kind of consistency. What, 2 other teams in the NFL have it? Because Denver's winning by the skin of their teeth every week. It's like L.A. and Seattle seem to have things in order.
But even you're willing to give Denver, and I think we have, and nationally, people were willing to give Denver sometimes more credit because their defense would go out there and just stifle everybody and put up a brick wall. And up until the Giants game, the Patriots were allowing teams to march down the field and score a touchdown or at the very least kick a field goal on seemingly every opening drive. So, no, you couldn't point to that as the thing that makes them really, really good, because if the defense were that good, they wouldn't even allow that first score. I mean, and again, they're not bad. They're playing well. Everyone's playing well. Is there anyone playing exceptionally well other than Drake May?
I mean, I would say somebody like Kayshon Boutte for him, and relative to expectation, is playing really well. Yep, and that's another thing about how this team has succeeded. Right, is they really don't rely on one player outside of Drake May, but one weapon to carry them in any given week. Stephon Diggs, going back over that Bills game from Week 5, he had a monster performance, and he had a monster performance a few weeks ago against the Jets on Thursday night. But that one game, that Jets game, has been kind of sandwiched by 4 really kind of quiet games and statistical outputs. And again, that is sort of a reminder to me that you don't really need the quote number one weapon or receiver to be on his game every single week in order for you to have success, because somebody else will fill in and do really well. And just to your Broncos point, I mean, like one of their signature moments this year, Hardy, was that game in October against the Giants where they had to score 33 points in the fourth quarter to win.
Well, the week before that, they should have lost to the Jets. I mean, I know, Jet fan, but in all honesty, it was a 13-11 game. Justin Fields has a wide-open Garrett Wilson well within Folk, who's missed 1 field goal this year's field goal range at the end of the game. And Fields, has the inability to throw the ball, which is unfortunate for a quarterback. And, so even though it's 13-11, let's just leave it at that. Like Knicks was terrible. So, complete team they are not. The thing about the Broncos is when you have that elite side of the ball, you just see a day where you just can't do anything against it. Like that, the possibility of that.
Sure.
But in terms of a complete team, it's not even, it's a joke. I mean, Bo Nix, basically, if you haven't seen Denver, here's how they win. The game, except for that Giants game, game's really boring. Knicks can't do anything. Then the last drive, he goes nuts. And it's one of these things, Phil, that's interesting about football, and it's interesting about sports, right? The hurry-up offense. Why aren't you always in the hurry-up offense? This quarterback's so good in the hurry-up offense. And, you always have that. Like, they're only good. Like, Bo Nix is only good when there's no governor on him. Like, where he can just freestyle because he has ability to run. When he can improvise, he's good. When he's in a structured offense, he seems to have an inability to function. So at the end of these games, when things are loose and they have to move them, that's how they put up so many points in the fourth quarter against the Giants, is that he goes, I don't know what the situation is.
Playground football.
That playground football thing, which you can't sustain, obviously, throughout every game of every season, every possession, but that's the way that they win, which makes them so, I mean, they could easily lose in the first round of the playoffs. But with that defense, they could also beat anyone conceivably in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? The AFC is very interesting, but the Patriots, so much more of a complete team. All right, look, when we come back, we had Dave Richard on, and he had some concerns about Vrabel, which he wants to see addressed as this season goes on. We'll get your opinion on that. We'll be back in just a moment.
More Toucher and Hardy.
sports.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Toucher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub.
They've changed. They've continued to evolve, and they've continued to improve. And again, we talked about the respect that we have for them as a football team, players and coaches. Draw on some games here in the past. I mean, it was 20-10 in our game. They didn't bat an eye. They came back and tied it in the fourth quarter. We were up 2 scores in the fourth quarter. We needed our best execution and kick to win it.
We're Toucher and Hardy. Phil Perry's here. One thing I'll say about Bo Nix is on my computer I have a picture of Drake May looking very much like Peyton Manning in this photo, and physically, and then there's a picture of Bo Nix under him. It was a bodybuilding competition. Bo Nix takes this hands down. Bo Nix, too muscular.
Oh. Well, he had like 10 years in college to just sort of live in a weight room.
Exactly. But I don't know if I want my quarterback like that. It's all about, you know, the
pliability,
TB12.
Fred. You got to work with bands and stretch those muscles out.
Tim Tebow, that didn't work out so well.
And now
those muscles.
Now is not the time for it, but some interesting stuff on one of the shows from David Andrews, who was talking about there's a little bit of tug of war with the Guerrero stuff.
Oh.
Like a lot of player pressure to get involved in it. A lot of team pressure not to. And if you didn't want to do it, then you were getting a little blowback.
Well, that's the thing. The wide receivers, and Phil knows this, when the wide receivers would not do it, they would worry that Brady would never throw them the football, ever.
Well, they told David, and I know you're addressing Phil, but they told David one of the things was, like, don't do squats.
Right.
And he's an offensive lineman who, like, lives to do squats. And you're like, well, no, I want to do them. My whole job is based on my ability
here.
His ability to my strength in my legs.
Professional football,
like that motion is in particular seems like something that would be good for me.
Imagine handing David Andrews like just a wad of elastic bands and just saying, "Here you go,
do this."
This is now go block
for a
Christian
quarterback.
Barmore.
That makes sense because you're pliability and it's what pitchers use and band workouts and stuff. But they still lift weights too. But like the offensive lineman, I want you explosive power. I don't want you pliable. I want you explosive.
Well, that was a big thing with Gronk. I remember the squats and him not wanting to squat, and he had back surgery in college, and so there was a lot of push and pull there. And I think he ultimately Gronk went more the Guerrero route, and obviously worked out for him.
Yeah,
different position than center versus tight end, but I mean he's blocking defensive ends.
I will say this about Gronk: a bit of a advantage physically, I think, from beyond his control. I think he was born into a body that is unlike most people that try to make their way professionally.
I think it's just hard work. I think he just put his nose to the grindstone.
Well, his brains is what it was.
All that wrestling with his brothers when he was younger.
Yeah, I think Gronkowski could pretty much have done anything, and he's not a guy that I'm sure he disciplined himself plenty. But it doesn't seem like if he snuck in a piece of cake that, his physique was going to fall apart.
He would have been okay, I think.
Yeah. There's some, he's a bit of a unicorn. All right, Phil. So we had Dave Richard on, and Dave Richard's great because, again, you can speak of this. Very few national guys watch every team, every play, and he does. But this is not really even relevant to that, but I'm just giving you a reason why I respect his opinion. And this is a concern of his. He just wants to see how Vrabel does in the playoffs because of his track record. Do you have, and it was interesting to hear that, do you have any concern about Vrabel? Is there something he needs to prove as a playoff coach, in your opinion?
Well, I think he only made the playoffs 3 times in Tennessee, and obviously they made it as far as the conference championship game. And, excuse me, that was with the best quarterback that he had in Tennessee, which was Ryan Tannehill. Now, that was a ridiculous year from Tannehill. It was really like an MVP caliber year he had in 2019.
Oh, let's start worrying about May turning into that.
No. Bite your tongue. Jesus. Throw that in there.
I just would say, the year May is having now is better than the year Tannehill had. You're limited as a head coach in terms of the kind of impact you can have on any game, playoffs especially, when your quarterbacks are, Marcus Mariota or Ryan Tannehill. So I don't really have much in the way of concern about Vrabel being able to perform in the postseason. I don't think there's something that happens to him as a coach when he gets into the playoffs where he becomes a little lesser version of himself. I think he's got a pretty good quarterback now, and to me, that would only raise the ceiling for him as a coach come the postseason.
All right, when it comes to this Sunday's game, and this is something we've been talking about too, the outcome that would make the most change in terms of expectation or perception of the teams, and I think it would be the blowout loss for the Patriots. It's like you really got to reconsider, how far they're going to go and what they're going to do. But virtually every other scenario, I don't know that my mind changes all that much in terms of what these teams are and what they could do in the postseason. The biggest unanswered questions remain, like how they stack up against the cream of the crop in the NFC. I think we know what they are in terms of AFC teams, but should either team, I guess, get blown out either way, that's really a win or a loss on either side of this when it's so close that I don't know that much changes.
I think if there's a blowout, if the Patriots experience a blowout loss, to me, it would be because of a few different things. You see some of the turnover mistakes come back for Drake May. You see that they, even after a bye, their run defense really continues to suffer, which it has over the course of the last couple months here, and the Bills have a very good rushing offense, so that's somewhere where they could be hurt. And maybe even on top of those two things, now we've found out that, the Patriots still can't really run the ball, and it's getting later in the year, and the defenses they're going to play are a little bit better. So you would have to have sort of this confluence of negativity come down on the Patriots in order to lose by blowout, I think.
It's also the scenario, and this isn't like speaking as a footy pajama, where it's the one that I seem least likely to happen because of the consistency that they've played with and the efficiency. I don't think Buffalo's going to get blown out on Sunday. I don't think that for a second. But in terms of the percentage of likelihood, they've had those moments this year where they've just kind of disintegrated in a game. They have. You've seen them take a couple of losses that they shouldn't, and you've seen them kind of fall apart within a game where it's like, okay, at least that's on the table, however remote. I just don't know that it's on the table for the Patriots.
I don't know if it is either, and it has been interesting watching the Bills over the course of the season. When they've lost, they've really been let down by their offense. So they're 3-3 on the road this year, so if you're a Patriots fan, you like to hear that. And their 3 losses on the road, they have failed to score 20 points. And in those games, even when Josh Allen is able to play from the pocket, he's dynamite no matter where he is, right? Inside the pocket, outside the pocket, he's one of the best scrambling quarterbacks, both as a runner and a passer of all time already, just by the numbers. So he can do everything, we know that. But those games where they've struggled offensively, he's played from the pocket, and when he has, he's struggled. He's thrown interceptions. His quarterback rating is in the 70s in a couple of those games, I think against the Falcons and the Texans. He's been pressured quite a bit. So the Patriots can't bring to the table some of the things that the defenses that have caused the Bills to struggle offensively can. I think that Falcons defense, when they're on, is actually pretty good. The Texans defense, we know, is tremendous. But I think if you're able to keep Josh Allen in the pocket, if you're preventing some of these extended plays, if you can somehow bow up against the run and limit James Cook the way they did in Week 5, that to me would be sort of a winning formula for New England. But either way, I do think it's going to be a close game. I think there's going to be points on the board here. I think it's probably going to be high 20s, low 30s. I'm going to be picking the Patriots to win, so somewhere in that 31-28 range. Which
Have you released your pick yet, Phil?
I haven't yet, so this isn't officially official.
Oh, God.
But that'll be coming soon enough. I know you're waiting for that, but I'm seeing a game that sort of ends somewhere there.
Bag. There's no reason to even consume what you just.
But we need
trite crap you put down.
Did I just lose your click?
We need the final score.
Yeah, I lost
I'll click through.
Which is my currency.
That's why Hardy's a great friend. He'll click the hell out of anything.
Well, we're not friends. That's the thing. I like having you in studio, but it's not like we're hanging out.
Drake going to be able to get the ball out quick again. I know we talked about this, the leading up to the Giants game, after the Giants game, and, the different ways they were going to be able to combat the issues on the left side. And you said, he was actually getting the ball out a little quicker. I didn't think he was, but you actually looked at it and kind of studied it. So
on average, he was. I don't think he'll need to. And maybe I'm giving Vidarian Lowe a little bit too much credit. It looks like Jared Wilson might be able to come back. He's been practicing, and so that ankle injury might be well enough now for him to be able to play at left guard. But this Bills pass rush is just not very good. So they just don't bring to the table the same things that the Giants did Monday night a couple weeks ago.
How much pressure is there on Buffalo? We've talked a little bit about this week. I mean, there's no Patrick Mahomes now standing in their way. You know, the Patriots are, in theory, inexperienced. It seems, for the same reasons we like the Patriots to go a long way, this would be the time for Buffalo to step forward because there isn't that monster out there waiting for them. And how often do Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow all miss the playoffs? So how much urgency is there, not only to send a statement this week, but to kind of run the table and go deep?
I think even before those teams proved themselves to be what they are this year, meaning the Bengals, the Ravens, the Chiefs, there was massive amounts of pressure on the Bills. I believe they were the Super Bowl favorites out of the AFC. They have the reigning MVP of the league. This was supposed to be their year. And so if they lose to the Patriots and they lose out on the division for the first time in a long time, and this somehow sticks with them and they're not able to figure things out, like, to me, again, when you watch their losses, it's not just the X's and O's that let them down. It's like communication. It's football intelligence. It's penalties at bad times. It just feels like they're out of sorts. When they play poorly, they are extremely out of sorts. And so if I'm Bills ownership, never mind Bills fans, I'm watching that and I'm saying, is this the right group around this? We know we have the quarterback. Do we have the right group around him to get to where we're trying to go? Because I think you could have looked at how they performed in the postseason last season. And I know he's won a lot of games, and I know they've been to a lot of postseasons, and I know there are not a lot of great coaches, in the NFL.
Michigan, I mean, you could go.
He's available
when he's out of jail.
He
can come in
eventually. I think you could have had the conversation about moving on from Sean McDermott at the end of last year. So if they somehow lose out on the division and have a disappointing run of the postseason this year, like, this could be the start of, not the end of the Bills in terms of being, Super Bowl contenders moving forward, but it could be the end of this iteration of the Bills, or the beginning of the end of this iteration of the Bills if they lose on Sunday. I really believe that. I think they should be making major changes if they end up disappointing.
It's funny. I just looked again at what's going on with the Michigan coach, and even the Detroit papers. Just, he's under arrest for assault. That's come out, but there's no specifics. This has been, over 12 hours that he's been in police custody.
Odd.
No police report.
No,
nothing to that extent.
No, doesn't that seem odd? You're a reporter.
It is. Yeah.
Like, that's a long time to be in jail with no information coming out. And this isn't like, the Upper Peninsula. This is Ann Arbor. It's about 40 miles from Detroit. There's people there. I'm not positive why this is not coming out. Because the rumors are crazy. But, the rumor is that he broke into the lady's house and said he was going to kill himself. But I don't know any validity to that. It's just a rumor that everyone's saying, which obviously makes it true. Because it's on the internet, and best to really pile on that story and make things worse than they already are. All right, Phil, there you go. NBC Sports Boston. Phil, enjoy yourself. You are on before and after the games?
Yes. Pre and post game live. An hour before, 12 o'clock, NBC Sports Boston. And as soon as the game's over, we also have halftime live for people that want a local halftime show.
Teddy Ball game in there?
12 minutes of electricity. Teddy Ball game's in for the post-game show.
There you go.
What's he doing during the halftime? He can't be bothered to join you.
He's
for the
studying.
halftime?
He's grinding tape. He's
Ted.
doing everything he needs
He's very
to do.
particular about when he comes in.
Got to get a workout in before he shows up.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's very particular about time. The man is his own man. I will give Ted that. I love Ted. All right, Phil, thank you so much. We'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots have a big home.
Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, The Stack is brought to you by New England's largest Volkswagen dealer group. You can visit them at colonialvw.com, located in Medford, Wellesley, and Westboro. Come see the amazing finance and lease offers during VW's Winter Deal Days. Yes, you could have it all at Colonial.
I have an unorthodox way to start the stack here today, Fred. I need you to stand up and look at something. This has been the subject of some conversation. I just saw Deb and Steve, two of our engineers, walk by, point and talk about it. Jim Louth was getting ready to go over and do something about it. I said, please leave it until Fred sees it. Would you please stand up and go to that window and look at the Christmas tree that is in the lobby of the radio station right now? I want you to take a gander at that thing.
All right.
So I did not notice it. Jim was walking by. He said, I'm just going to unplug this. This is depressing. Could you please describe the Christmas tree in our lobby?
Yes, Charlie Brown. It is a tree that is about, I'd say, 7 feet tall and about 6 inches around. And it has a half of string of lights, probably about 8 bulbs in total.
There's no way that's a half string. That's I like the 8 to 10 bulb theory that are lit maybe 2/3 of the way up the tree and then nothing else.
Yeah, listen, you're going to pay for the electricity to light the tree all day? I mean, come on.
The whole tree?
Yeah, sporadically you light up a couple more lights and you distinguish the lights that are already lit. That's the way things go. By the way, everything in terms of yesterday is way back down to where it should be. If you're curious about that.
You're talking about a certain stock price?
Yeah.
Okay.
The joke's over there.
The roller coaster ride, the Teldar paper, Endicott steel.
Yeah, that's
Blue Horseshoe loves them.
Blue Horseshoe loved Endicott steel yesterday.
Yeah, that whole situation was fun while it lasted.
Not so much. All right, Phillip Rivers at his Q&A with the media yesterday, as he is now a member of the Indianapolis Colts, is still officially on the practice squad at this point, John?
Yes, practice squad.
But he is kidding around, I guess is the best way to put it, but I can think of fat. He's fat.
You look at the video, that face is full, baby.
Well, I saw him with a helmet, and he's taking like practice reps like out of the shotgun, and he's throwing, and he's got a big old gut on him.
Yeah.
He is fat. Scott's in here. He's got his. He's getting the Christmas spirit. He saw the tree.
Yeah.
And now he's all fired up.
But Phillip Rivers was going to, have to answer some questions yesterday, and he did.
What is your playing weight? What do you weigh right now? Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg.
Okay, stop it, because you warned me.
Media a little over the top in their reaction.
Yeah, these slack-jawed yokels there from Indianapolis getting a big kick out of this. Again, he's old. Great. Okay. Do you find this story at all compelling? I don't. I really don't.
The only thing that's compelling about it is that the Colts, or seemingly a lot of other teams, wouldn't dare actually put somebody in there that might have a future at playing quarterback. Instead, they decide the thing to do is, now I get it, he knows the offense, and that's a big part of it, but there's no future in this, and you have some games left. Isn't there something that you could do that would be of benefit to your football team long term?
Adrian Martinez is off the table because he's been snatched up right away, and he will be backing up your New York Jets this weekend. He was off a practice squad this week. He was cut, actually. He was not off a practice squad.
There was a guy.
He's a street free agent that will be backing up whatever douchebag from Missouri is their quarterback.
I forgot.
They're not going to win.
No,
Jacksonville. I got a news for you.
There's a guy on the Denver practice squad that was with Indianapolis last year, and Indy called, and the guy, name escapes me, said, "No, I'm good. I'll stay on the Denver practice squad instead of starting for you this weekend."
Yeah.
Apparently, also the Colts, according to Outkick, reached out to Derek Carr and asked if he wanted to do it,
and I
he
don't
said no.
like the cognitive dissonance, like the allowing yourself to fall into this notion that he's a grandfather. He's a grandfather in the way like of someone who's insanely irresponsible as a grandfather. Like he's 44 years old. The grandfather's his own weird thing. Like that's not indicative of his age. Because what would be the difference if he was 40 in a grandfather than 44?
It's no
like Nick Folk is 43 years old.
They homeschool all their kids.
Yeah, what I'm saying, it's like a lifestyle situation. Like it's a weird religious thing. And weird being weird. Yes, that's what I mean.
I'm glad Zoe is in here. One email I want to get to because we were just talking about Ted Johnson.
My man.
Philip
Love Teddy.
emailed. He said, hey, I know for a long time Ted teased some big game-changing thing on the air. This is going to change it. He had a big announcement. He wouldn't talk about it.
I was so excited for him. He was so fired up over this.
What was the phrase that he kept using, Zoe? Do you remember?
Eat more fish.
No, but he kept saying that it was...
It's groundbreaking, and it's something other people have never even thought of. And
Right.
It's so outside the box, it's going to blow your mind.
And he said,
It's
I don't know if he ever said what it was. Did we ever find out?
Yeah, it was you eat more fish. No meat. It is a fish diet, and it's fish, vegetables, and salads, and eggs. That's Atkins.
Ted is at the place in bodybuilding where you refuse to go somewhere with electricity. He's got like apparently this gym with like of course it's like a garage door.
It smells like the pit.
Yeah, like and it's like where everyone else is as big as him.
It's in Quincy Braintree area. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's.
Firehouse gym.
It's just fun, but it's like very bare bones.
Yeah, blood, sweat, and tears, brother.
Yeah. That's
chalk everywhere.
There's something romanticized among bodybuilders that is this like very base gym.
Well, it worked for Clubber Lang. You know, he worked out in a place like that.
Thank you for bringing it up. Let me tell you this. I can ruin something for you.
What?
I can ruin Rocky 3.
No, you can't.
We're in Compton.
No, you can't.
Greatest movie ever.
Pull this down.
Rocky 2.
This deserves silence. Compton.
What?
Going to this gym. Rocky, you got to go to the black area, the impoverished black area to the gym, the black gym, which is what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's an Olympic-sized pool in that gym?
Well, yeah. In LA,
Kaboom. Thank you very much for coming.
There's pools everywhere.
Not in Chestnut Hill. Not in any gym in Chestnut Hill.
They
There's
weren't
not
in
an indoor
Chestnut
pool.
Hill. They were in Los Angeles.
Chestnut Hill.
So they're within a stroll of each other.
It's like
There's
shops and stuff.
There's a lovely Lifetime and an Equinox. They're right next to each other.
Overrated.
I mean, my Lord.
Overrated.
Well, they're beautiful gyms. They're not for bodybuilders like you. But show me an area of Los Angeles proper where you're putting in an indoor Olympic-sized pool and saying that this is a ghetto gym.
I'll tell you what we'll do. When we go to the Super Bowl, we'll take a quick 45-minute flight down to L.A. and we'll find out where they shot it.
We're going to go to the Super Bowl because the Patriots
They're going. You got to go if they go.
We're not going.
we're
We're not going to the Super Bowl. It's already been decided.
We're going.
Oh, okay.
They've already not booked the rooms.
Last time.
Oh, there's no way to book a room like last minute.
There's no one on this show that needs to be there because
Chip's in there.
there's a media
right
demand. There's no one here that needs to be there or the media will.
It's only
will
$1,200
revolt.
a night. What do you want?
Yeah, believe me, they're perfectly happy with us not going. I'm not. I wasn't going to go anyway. I was really just going to go talk to my agent. I'm not going. Under any circumstances am I going to this thing? No. I've done it, and it doesn't work, I don't like it.
I'm going to veto, drop a line from Vito to Finn on you right now. You're going.
Yeah.
Don't give me any of this all shucks nonsense. You're going.
And you want to be there too. John doesn't care. He's living on a cloud. But you want to get there at 2 a.m, do the show. 2 a.m, 2 to 6 a.m.
I would go just to see how miserable you would be.
Well, that's great that you would spend a week just enjoying 4 hours of my misery. That would be seems worth the transaction. If you like that kind of lifestyle, God bless you.
Objectively,
what if you got to interview the Boom guy, and they brought the Rizzler with him?
I don't blame the blue guy, but the blue guy. I don't blame the Boom guy. I blame society, and the Rizzler's got a little thing
10 booms
happening.
if you show up.
The Rizzler is. I put the Rizzler in a different camp. The Rizzler is a long lineage of kids like the Rizzler. They're charming. They charm the world. The Boom guys, devoid of charm. You don't like them, Scott. My son's convinced that you do, and he thinks very poorly of you.
I totally like him.
And then based on that, he was playing Florida Georgia Line in the car to annoy me. And
Yeah,
using
play me
you
a
as
song.
like a
Turn
as a
radio.
totem to carry in honor of it. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone have a great day. Bye.
Talk to you tomorrow. Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Coleman.
It's electric.
You need an electrician? Call Coleman Electric. We're electricians, and it's all we do. Electricity is serious business, so be sure your circuits are safe and up to snuff, and hire the specialists at Coleman Electric. KUHLMAN. Call Coleman.
It's electric.
This season, Honeydew's serving up a classic with a twist. Peppermint Mocha Madness. It's our signature Mocha Madness, but with a fun, festive flavor. Rich coffee, chocolate, and a refreshing hint of peppermint. Try one today. Honeydew. Do life.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Bet on gridiron action and earn perks on every game like hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, and more. Download the app using promo code RADIO20X and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 20 bets.
Open to new users in Massachusetts who are 21 and older. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org.
Change is constant, especially in business tax law. Removing compliance targets to shifting regulations, the pressure to stabilize is growing. At Plant Moran, we help you meet complexity with confidence. We cut through the noise and give you the tools to act. Ground your planning in insights and tailored tax strategies from senior specialists, so the next step you take is on solid footing. Don't chase stability, lead with it. Plant Moran, stability, period.
Let your love give back. During the Subaru of New England Share the Love event. This holiday season, take home a brand new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek. Buy with 1.9% financing for up to 72 months. Or lease for just $279 per month for 36 months with $28.64 due at signing. The 2025 Crosstrek is packed with Subaru safety and capability, like standard symmetrical all-wheel drive.